Welcome, weary traveller, to the shadowed halls of legend, where knights once walked in glory and darkness, claimed even the mightiest souls. Tonight, we delve deep into the complete tale of Knight Artorias the Abyss Walker, greatest of Gwyn's champions, whose story spans from noble beginnings to tragic end. This is a saga of courage and corruption, of loyalty tested by forces beyond mortal comprehension. So settle into comfort, let your breathing slow, and allow yourself to drift through the ages of Lordran, where even heroes must face the abyss that dwells within us all. In the distant reaches of time, when the world was young and the flame burned bright with divine purpose, there existed an age of such magnificence that even now, in these twilight days, mortals speak of it in whispered reverence. This was the age of fire, born from the ashes of the ancient dragons and nurtured by the will of those who had claimed dominion over flame itself. It was a time when gods walked among mortals, when great cities touched the very heavens, and when the darkness that would one day consume all things seemed nothing more than a distant shadow at the edge of dreams. The victory over the everlasting dragons had not come easily. For countless eons, these primordial beings had ruled over a grey and timeless world, where nothing lived, nothing died, and nothing changed, save for the endless turning of ages that held no meaning. They were creatures of stone and scale, of ancient power that predated the very concepts of life and death, light and dark. Against them rose the lords, beings who had discovered the power of fire in the depths of the earth and claimed it as their own. Lord Gwyn, he of the sunlight, stood foremost among these challengers to the old order. His lightning spears could pierce the stone hide of dragons. His brilliant radiance could drive back the grey mists that had shrouded the world since time immemorial. Beside him stood the Witch of Izalith, whose flames could burn with such intensity that they transformed living rock into molten rivers. The furtive pygmy gathered his own power in shadows, while Nito, the first of the dead, commanded legions of the undead in service of the new age. But victory, when it finally came, required more than the efforts of the lords alone. It demanded the betrayal of one of the dragon's own kind, Seath the Scaleless, whose jealousy of his brethren's immortality led him to reveal the secrets that would bring about their downfall. With his guidance, the lords learned to strip away the stone scales that made the ancient dragons invulnerable, and one by one, these primordial titans fell to flame and lightning, to sorcery and the march of death itself. When the last of the great dragons lay fallen, when their ancient reign had passed into memory, Lord Gwyn claimed the throne of a world reborn. From the corpse of the greatest dragon, he raised the magnificent city of Anor Londo, a testament to divine power that soared above the clouds on pillars of white stone and golden light. Its spires reached toward the heavens as if striving to touch the realm of the gods themselves, while its vast halls echoed with the footsteps of beings whose power could reshape the very foundations of reality. It was in this golden citadel, in these halls of eternal light, that the greatest knights in all of history would be forged. For Lord Gwyn, wise in the ways of war and governance, understood that even gods required champions to serve as their sword and shield in the mortal realm. He looked among his followers for those whose courage burned as bright as the flame itself, whose skill with blade and spell could match the legendary heroes of ages past. Among these chosen few, 4 would rise above all others to become legends that would endure long after their mortal forms had passed into dust. They would be known as the 4 Knights of Gwyn, each a master of their chosen art, each devoted utterly to the defense of the Age of Fire and all who dwelt beneath its protective light. The first to distinguish himself was Dragonslayer Ornstein, whose golden armor gleamed like captured sunlight and whose spear could pierce the heavens themselves. He had fought beside Lord Gwyn in the great war against the dragons, had proven his worth in battles so fierce that the very landscape still bore their scars. His mastery of lightning was second only to his lord's own, and when he moved in battle, it was with the grace of one who had learned to dance with death itself. Hawkeye Goff stood as the second of these legendary knights, a giant among men whose skill with the great bow was without equal in all the realms. From the highest towers of Anor Londo, he could loose arrows that would find their mark across distances that defied comprehension, each shot guided by an eye that could spot the weakness in any foe. His wisdom in matters of war was matched only by his gentle nature in times of peace, for though his arrows never missed their mark, he took no pleasure in the dealing of death. Lord's blade Ciaran moved through the shadows as the third of Gwyn's chosen champions, her dual weapons dancing in patterns too swift for mortal eyes to follow. Where Ornstein brought the fury of lightning and Goff the precision of the hunt, Ciaran offered the subtle art of the assassin, striking from darkness with blades that could part soul from flesh with surgical precision. Her loyalty to her fellow knights was absolute, though those who knew her best whispered that her devotion to one among them ran deeper than mere camaraderie. And finally, completing this brotherhood of legends, stood the knight whose story we follow through shadow and flame to its ultimate conclusion. Knight Artorias, who would one day bear the title of Abyss Walker, was in those golden days simply the most gifted swordsman to ever draw blade in service of the light. His skill with the great sword was so renowned that warriors would journey from distant lands merely to witness him practice his art. And even among the godlike beings who ruled from Anor Londo's throne, his prowess in battle was spoken of with something approaching awe. Artorias had not been born to nobility or godhood. He was, in the truest sense, a mortal man who had elevated himself through dedication and skill to stand among beings whose power could reshape reality itself. His origins lay in the martial traditions of Lordran's human kingdoms, where the art of swordsmanship was pursued with religious devotion, and the greatest masters were venerated as living saints. From his earliest years, it had been clear that Artorias possessed something that set him apart from even the most gifted of his peers. Where other students of the blade required years to master basic techniques, he absorbed lessons with the hunger of one whose very soul resonated with the rhythm of combat. His instructors would watch in amazement as movements they had spent decades perfecting were replicated by this young student after only a handful of demonstrations. But technical skill alone would not have been sufficient to catch the attention of Lord Gwyn himself. What marked Artorias as truly exceptional was the nobility of spirit that guided every swing of his blade. He fought not for glory or personal advancement, but from a deep and abiding love for all those who could not defend themselves. In his hands, the sword became not merely a weapon, but an instrument of justice, a tool for protecting the innocent and upholding the ideals that made civilization possible. When word of this remarkable young knight reached the halls of Anor Londo, Lord Gwyn dispatched his own champions to observe Artorias in battle. They returned with tales that bordered on the mythical, describing feats of swordsmanship that seemed to transcend the merely human and approach the divine. It was said that Artorias could cut down a dozen foes in the time it took ordinary men to draw their weapons, that his blade could find the gaps in any armor and the weakness in any defense. More impressive still were the reports of his character. In every battle, Artorias would place himself at the greatest point of danger, shielding his comrades with his own body while striking down their enemies with surgical precision. He showed mercy to the defeated when mercy was warranted, but his justice was swift and absolute when dealing with those who preyed upon the innocent. Here was a knight who embodied every ideal that the Age of Fire represented. A mortal man who had achieved something, approaching the perfection that the gods themselves strove for. The summons to Anor Londo came as both honor and destiny fulfilled. Artorias made the long journey from his homeland to the gleaming citadel above the clouds, traveling roads that had been carved through mountains and across valleys by the will of Lord Gwyn himself. As he climbed the great steps that led to the city's gates, as he passed beneath arches that soared higher than the greatest cathedrals of the mortal realm, he could feel the weight of history settling upon his shoulders like a mantle of stars. The ceremony of his investiture as one of the 4 knights took place in the great hall of Anor Londo, beneath a ceiling that opened to reveal the infinite expanse of the heavens above. Lord Gwyn himself, radiant with divine power, spoke the ancient words that bound Artorias to the service of light itself. The sword that was placed in his hands had been forged from metals that had never known earthly fire, its blade inscribed with runes that glowed with their own inner light. But perhaps the most significant moment of that day came not from the formal ceremonies or the divine blessings, but from the meeting between 4 souls, who would become closer than family in the years that followed. Ornstein, Goff, Kiaran and Artorias looked upon one another for the first time as equals, as brothers and sister in arms whose destinies would be forever intertwined. The bond that formed between them in that moment was deeper than mere camaraderie or professional respect. They recognized in each other the same dedication to an ideal that transcended personal ambition, the same willingness to sacrifice everything for the protection of those they served. In the days and years that would follow, they would fight side by side in battles that would reshape the very map of Lordran, would face threats that challenged the foundations of reality itself. Together, they became the living embodiment of the Age of Fire's greatest aspirations. Their very presence on a battlefield was enough to turn the tide of war. Their names spoken with reverence by allies and with fear by enemies. They were the sword arm of divine justice, the shield that protected the innocent, the light that drove back the darkness wherever it dared to show itself. During those golden years, when the Age of Fire burned brightest, and the future seemed to stretch endlessly ahead like a road paved with starlight, Artorias and his fellow knights lived as legends walking among mortals. They traveled the length and breadth of Lordran, from the sun-touched heights of mountain peaks to the deepest caverns where strange creatures dwelt in eternal twilight. Wherever darkness threatened to corrupt the natural order, wherever evil raised its head to challenge the rule of light, there the 4 knights would appear to restore balance and justice. Their adventures during this time became the stuff of ballads and epic poems, tales that would be told around countless fires for generations to come. There was the siege of the Demon Prince's fortress, where Artorias' blade carved through ranks of fiery demons, while Ornstein's lightning split the very sky above them. There was the hunt for the great worm that had been terrorizing the eastern provinces, brought down by one of Goff's impossible shots, while Kiaran danced through its death throes to deliver the final, merciful blow. But perhaps most beloved of all these tales were those that spoke of the bond between knight and beast, the friendship that would become as legendary as any feat of arms. For it was during these early years of service that Artorias encountered the creature who would become not just his companion but his other half, the wolf pup who would grow to become the mighty Sif, keeper of his master's grave and guardian of his memory. The meeting between knight and wolf was destined from the moment Artorias first set foot in the ancient forests that bordered the kingdom of Ulasil. He had come seeking rumors of strange magics being practiced in those shadowed groves, reports of sorcerers who delved too deeply into arts that were better left unexplored. Instead, he found something that would change the course of his life forever. The pup was small, even by wolf standards, its fur white as fresh snow, and its eyes holding an intelligence that spoke of something more than mere animal cunning. It had been separated from its pack, orphaned by some tragedy that had scattered its family to the four winds. When Artorias found it, weak and hungry in a clearing where the ancient trees grew so thick that sunlight barely touched the forest floor, something stirred in the knight's heart that had nothing to do with duty or honor. Perhaps it was recognition. The meeting of two souls who had been destined to find one another across the vast expanses of time and space. Perhaps it was simple compassion, the response of a noble heart to suffering that demanded comfort and protection. Whatever the cause, Artorias knelt beside the small creature and offered it the food from his own pack. His voice, gentle as he spoke words of comfort in languages both ancient and new. The wolf pup, who would one day grow to stand taller at the shoulder than most horses, looked up into the knight's eyes with a gaze that held depths of understanding that defied explanation. In that moment, a bond was forged that would endure beyond death itself, a connection between two beings whose destinies would become so intertwined that neither could be understood without the other. From that day forward, Artorias was never seen without his four-legged companion at his side. The pup grew with supernatural speed and size, its intelligence revealing itself more clearly with each passing month, until it became evident that this was no ordinary wolf but a creature touched by the same divine forces that had shaped the age itself. Sif, as the knight came to call his companion, learned to understand human speech as clearly as the howling of his distant kin, learned to fight alongside his master with a coordination that bordered on the telepathic. As the wolf grew, so too did the legend of the knight and his faithful companion. Together they became a sight that filled allies with hope and enemies with despair, the massive white wolf running alongside the blue-armored knight as they carved through the ranks of those who would threaten the peace of Lordran. Sif's loyalty was absolute, his courage a match for his master's own, and in time he would prove that the bond between them transcended the boundaries between species to become something approaching the divine. The Age of Fire's glory seemed as though it might last forever, each day bringing new triumphs for the forces of light and new reasons to believe that the darkness had been banished from the world permanently. In the great halls of Anor Londo, the four knights would gather after each successful campaign to share tales of their adventures and plan for the challenges that lay ahead. They had become more than comrades in arms. They were a family bound together by shared purpose and mutual devotion. Ornstein would regale them with stories of his lightning-swift victories, his golden armor still bearing the scorch marks of battles fought in realms where the very air burned with elemental fury. Goff would speak in his gentle voice of distant targets struck down by arrows that had flown further than eagles dared to soar, each shot a masterpiece of precision that few could even comprehend, let alone duplicate. Kieran would emerge from shadows to report on enemies eliminated before they could threaten the innocent, her twin blades still humming with the deadly grace that made her the most feared assassin in all the realms. And Artorias would sit among them, Sif stretched out at his feet like a living carpet of white fur, sharing his own tales of battles won and innocent lives protected. His voice carried the warmth of one who had found his true calling in life, who woke each morning knowing that the day ahead would bring opportunities to serve something greater than himself. But even in those golden days, for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, there were signs that all was not as perfect as it seemed. The flame that had brought about the Age of Fire, magnificent as it was, carried within itself the seeds of its own decline. For fire, no matter how bright or how divine, must eventually consume the fuel that feeds it. And when that fuel is exhausted, even the greatest conflagration must fade to embers and ash. The signs were subtle at first, so slight that only the wisest among the gods paid them any attention. The light that emanated from the great flame seemed perhaps a shade less brilliant than it had been in ages past. The warmth that flowed from Anor Londo's heart felt somehow diminished, as though the divine fire was slowly drawing into itself, rather than radiating outward with its previous abundance. Lord Gwyn, whose very being was intertwined with the flame's power, felt these changes most acutely of all. In quiet moments, when he thought himself unobserved, his radiant form would seem to flicker like a candle in an unfelt wind. His mighty lightning, which had once been able to reduce mountains to rubble, required greater effort to summon and struck with less devastating force than in the glory days of the war against the dragons. More troubling still were the reports that began to filter in from the far reaches of Lordran, tales of strange phenomena that defied easy explanation. Travelers spoke of areas where the very light seemed to be drained from the world, leaving behind patches of darkness so complete that they seemed to swallow not just illumination but hope itself. Scholars reported discovering ancient texts that spoke of forces older than the Age of Fire, primordial powers that had been bound and contained, but never truly destroyed. Most disturbing of all were the whispers that began to circulate among the human populations of Lordran, stories of a dark essence that dwelt within the hearts of men and women like a sleeping serpent, waiting for the right moment to awaken and consume everything that the Age of Fire had built. This essence, which the ancient text called humanity, was said to be connected to the very soul of the furtive pygmy, the most mysterious of the lords who had claimed the power of fire in ages past. The four knights, as they went about their duties throughout Lordran, began to encounter evidence of these troubling changes firsthand. Artorias, whose travels took him to the most remote corners of the kingdom, was among the first to witness the subtle but unmistakable signs of corruption that were beginning to manifest in the world's forgotten places. In caverns that had once been illuminated by the gentle glow of luminous fungi, he found instead pools of absolute darkness that seemed to pulse with their own malevolent life. Ancient ruins that had stood for millennia as monuments to the Age of Fire's triumph now bore strange markings that hurt the eyes to look upon directly, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when observed from the corner of one's vision. Most troubling of all were the creatures that began to appear in these tainted areas, beings that had once been recognizable as natural animals or familiar monsters, but had been twisted into forms that defied easy description. They moved with purposes that seemed alien to any life that had evolved under the light of the flame, their very presence causing the air around them to thicken with an oppressive weight that made breathing difficult and clear thought nearly impossible. Sif, with his supernatural senses, was often the first to detect these signs of wrongness in the world around them. The great wolf's hackles would rise as they approached areas where the corruption ran deep, his low growls serving as warning to his master that they were venturing into territories where the normal rules of reality no longer held sway. Together, Knight and Wolf began to develop new techniques for dealing with these manifestations of darkness, methods of combat that went beyond mere swordsmanship to encompass arts that bordered on the mystical. Artorias learned to channel the divine light that flowed through his sworn oath to Lord Gwyn, using it to purge corruption from the creatures he encountered and to cleanse the very ground beneath his feet of the taint that sought to spread like a plague across all of Lordran. Yet even as he grew in power and understanding, even as his reputation as a defender against the encroaching darkness spread throughout the kingdom, Artorias could not shake the feeling that these isolated incidents were merely the first symptoms of something far greater and more terrible than anything they had yet encountered. The darkness was not random or chaotic. It moved with purpose and intelligence, probing for weaknesses in the defenses that protected the Age of Fire, testing the resolve of those who stood guard against its advance. In the great libraries of Anor Londo, scholars worked tirelessly to understand the nature of this threat, poring over texts so ancient that their languages had been forgotten by all, save a handful of the most learned sages. What they discovered filled even the bravest among them with dread, for the writings spoke of cycles that spanned eons, of ages of light and darkness that alternated like the phases of the moon, each one consuming what came before to fuel its own rise to dominance. The Age of Fire, for all its glory and magnificence, was not the final chapter in the world's history, but merely one movement in a symphony that had been playing since time began. When the flame finally guttered and died, as all fires must eventually do, the Age of Dark would rise to take its place, bringing with it changes so fundamental that they would render the current world as obsolete as the grey realm of the ancient dragons had become. This knowledge, terrible as it was, also carried within it the seeds of hope. The texts spoke of champions who would rise at the moment of greatest need, heroes whose courage and sacrifice could delay the inevitable transition, or perhaps find ways to kindle new flames from the ashes of the old. The patterns were ancient and well established, but they were not immutable. The right actions at the right moment could alter the course of history itself. It was this understanding that began to shape Lord Gwyn's preparations for the trials that lay ahead. If the Age of Fire was to survive the coming darkness, it would need champions who could face threats that conventional armies could not hope to overcome. The four knights, who had already proven themselves against every foe the current age could produce, would need to be prepared for battles against enemies that existed partially outside the normal flow of time and space. For Artorias in particular, these preparations would take on a significance that none could have foreseen in those final golden days before the real war began. His natural affinity for combat against corrupted foes, his growing understanding of the mystical arts needed to purge darkness from the world, and most importantly, his absolute dedication to protecting the innocent, regardless of personal cost, marked him as uniquely suited for the role he would eventually be called upon to play. The title of Abyss Walker had not yet been bestowed upon him, but already the seeds of that dark destiny were taking root in the growing shadows that threatened to engulf everything the Age of Fire had accomplished. Soon, very soon, Knight Artorias would be called upon to venture into realms where no mortal man was meant to tread, to face an enemy so alien and terrible that even the gods themselves feared to confront it directly. But those trials still lay in the future, hidden behind veils of time and possibility that even the wisest prophets could not penetrate with perfect clarity. For now, in these last days of the Age of Fire's glory, Artorias could still believe that the light would endure forever, that his sword would always be sufficient to protect those he loved, and that the bond between himself and his faithful wolf companion would prove stronger than any force the darkness could summon. The stage was being set for the greatest tragedy in the history of Lordran, but the players had not yet taken their positions for the final act. There was still time for hope, still moments of joy and companionship to be treasured before the shadow fell across everything they held dear. In the great halls of Anor Londo, the four knights still gathered to share their victories and plan for adventures yet to come, unaware that their brotherhood would soon be tested by trials that would push each of them beyond the limits of what mortals were meant to endure. In the ancient forests that bordered the mystical kingdom of Ulasail, where towering trees had stood since the world was young, and their branches wove patterns against the sky like prayers written in living wood, a chance encounter would forge one of the most legendary bonds in all the annals of Lordran. The meeting between Knight Artorias and the creature who would become known as Sif was not recorded by any chronicler, witnessed by no court historian, Yet it would prove to be one of those pivotal moments upon which the fate of entire kingdoms can turn. Artorias had ventured into these primordial woodlands, following whispered reports of strange magics being practiced in the shadows between the great trunks. Rumors that spoke of sorcerers who delved too deeply into arts that predated even the Age of Fire itself. The ancient forests held secrets that mortal minds were perhaps not meant to comprehend, knowledge that had been hidden away in the deepest groves since the grey days when the world was ruled by mist and timeless stone. The canopy above was so thick and interwoven that it formed a living ceiling through which only scattered beams of sunlight could penetrate, creating a perpetual twilight that seemed to exist outside the normal flow of day and night. In this realm of eternal dusk, where the very air hummed with possibilities that defied easy understanding, sounds carried differently than they did in the outer world. Footsteps that should have echoed off solid ground were instead swallowed by layers of moss and fallen leaves that had accumulated over centuries of undisturbed growth. It was in a clearing where the ancient trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching overhead like the ribs of some impossibly vast creature, that Artorias first heard the sound that would change his life forever. The whimpering was so faint that it might have been mistaken for the whisper of wind through leaves, so fragile that a less attentive ear might have dismissed it as merely another voice in the forest's eternal song of growth and decay. But Artorias possessed the heightened senses of one who had spent his life walking the thin line between civilization and wilderness, between safety and danger. His training as one of Gwyn's chosen knights had taught him to listen not just with his ears, but with his very soul, to perceive threats and opportunities that others might overlook. The sound he heard now spoke not of danger, but of suffering, of a creature in need of aid and comfort. Following the sound through undergrowth so thick it seemed designed to discourage intruders, past fallen logs that might once have been mighty oaks or elms, but had grown too large for easy identification. Artorias found himself approaching what appeared to be a natural shelter, formed by the roots of a tree so ancient that its base could have housed a small village. The massive root system had grown in such a way as to create a series of chambers and passages, a living fortress that spoke of centuries of patient organic architecture. It was in the deepest of these natural chambers, where the last traces of sunlight faded into velvet darkness, and the air carried scents of earth and growing things that had never known the touch of flame or steel, that Artorias discovered the source of the plaintive sounds that had drawn him from his original mission. The wolf pup was so small that it could have fit comfortably in the knight's cupped hands, its fur white as freshly fallen snow, and somehow managing to catch and reflect what little light filtered down from the world above. Its eyes, when they turned toward the approaching night, held depths that seemed impossible for such a young creature, as though ancient wisdom had been trapped within a form that was still learning the basic mechanics of survival. The pup had been separated from its pack under circumstances that could only be guessed at, though the signs of some great struggle were evident in the disturbed earth around the clearing and the claw marks that scored the bark of nearby trees. Whether its family had fallen to predators, been driven away by the strange magics that permeated these woods, or simply moved on according to patterns known only to creatures who lived by instinct rather than reason, the result was the same. Here was a young life alone, in a world that offered little mercy to the weak or solitary. Artorias approached with the careful movements of one who understood that trust, once broken, is difficult to repair, especially between species that had learned through countless generations to view each other with suspicion. His armor, which had served him well in battles against demons and dragons, might have seemed threatening to a creature that knew only the natural world of fur and fang, claw and horn. Yet something in the knight's bearing, some quality that transcended the barriers between human and beast, seemed to communicate his peaceful intentions. The pup watched with eyes that held no fear, only a kind of patient evaluation, as though it were measuring the soul of this strange, metal-clad creature who had wandered into its domain. When Artorias knelt beside the small form and offered food from his own provisions, speaking in the gentle tones he might have used to comfort a frightened child, the response was immediate and unmistakable. The tiny creature accepted both sustenance and comfort with a dignity that seemed remarkable in one so young and vulnerable. As it ate from the knight's hand, as it allowed itself to be lifted and cradled against armor that should have been cold and uncomfortable, a connection was being forged that went beyond the simple bond between protector and protected, beyond even the deep friendship that can sometimes develop between human and animal companions. This was something rarer and more precious, a meeting of souls that recognized in each other qualities that resonated across the boundaries of species and understanding. In the pup's eyes, Artorias saw courage that had not yet learned to doubt itself, loyalty that had not yet been tested by betrayal, love that had not yet been tempered by loss. In the knight's gentle strength, the young wolf found security that went beyond mere physical protection, a promise that the world still held beings who would shield the innocent from harm regardless of personal cost. From that moment forward, the two were inseparable. Artorias abandoned his original mission in the ancient forests, choosing instead to remain with his newfound companion until the pup had grown strong enough to travel. Days stretched into weeks as the knight learned to navigate the rhythms of life in the deep woods, discovering that the wild places held their own forms of wisdom that could complement and enhance the martial training he had received in the halls of Ainur Londo. The pup, who would soon answer to the name Sif, proved to possess intelligence that exceeded anything Artorias had encountered in the natural world. Within days of their first meeting, the young wolf was responding to spoken commands with an understanding that seemed to transcend the normal limits of animal comprehension. More than that, Sif appeared to be learning not just the words themselves, but the concepts they represented, developing a grasp of abstract ideas that should have been impossible for a creature ruled by instinct alone. As the weeks passed and Sif grew with a speed that seemed to defy the normal patterns of lupine development, it became clear that this was no ordinary wolf, but a creature touched by the same mystical forces that had shaped the Age of Fire itself. The pup's size increased not gradually but in sudden spurts that coincided with moments of particular emotional intensity, as though the bond with Artorias was somehow catalyzing a transformation that went beyond mere physical growth. More remarkable still was the way Sif began to mirror his master's movements and attitudes, not through simple mimicry, but through a deeper understanding of the principles that guided the knight's actions. When Artorias practiced his sword forms in the early morning light that filtered through the forest canopy, Sif would position himself nearby and go through motions that seemed to echo the knight's techniques, his young body instinctively finding fighting stances that complemented and supported his companion's style. The first time they encountered danger together, when a pack of dire wolves threatened their camp in the darkest hour before dawn, the coordination between them was so perfect that it seemed they had been fighting as a team for years rather than mere weeks. Artorias moved with his characteristic grace and precision, his blade carving paths through the attacking pack with surgical efficiency, while Sif flowed around and between his master's strikes like liquid shadow, positioning himself to guard the knight's flanks and provide warning of threats approaching from unexpected angles. The dire wolves, creatures that might have posed a significant challenge even to a knight of Artorias' skill, found themselves outmatched not by superior force, but by the perfect synthesis of human technique and animal instinct that the partnership represented. When the battle was over, and the surviving members of the pack had fled into the deeper woods. Knight and wolf stood together in the pre-dawn stillness, their breathing synchronized, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared understanding that needed no words. It was then that Artorias fully grasped the magnitude of what had occurred in that ancient clearing weeks earlier. He had not simply rescued an abandoned wolf pup. He had found his other half, the missing piece of his own soul that he had never realized was absent until it was restored to him. Sif was not merely a companion or even a beloved pet, but something far more precious and rare, a true partner whose loyalty ran deeper than mere training or conditioning could ever instill. The decision to return to Anor Londo was not made lightly, for both Knight and Wolf had found a peace in the ancient forests that neither had known existed in the civilized world. Here, surrounded by trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of ages, they had discovered rhythms of life that predated the complex politics and eternal vigilance that characterized service to Lord Gwyn. The simple cycle of hunt and rest, of exploration and discovery, of shared meals beside crackling fires, under stars that seemed close enough to pluck from the sky like fruit from a tree, held charms that the grandest palace could not duplicate. Yet duty called with a voice that could not be ignored, and Artorias knew that his fellow knights would be wondering at his prolonged absence. Reports of his mission into the ancient forests were long overdue, and there were always new threats emerging that required the attention of those sworn to defend the Age of Fire. More than that, he found himself eager to share his discovery with Ornstein, Goff, and Kiaran, to introduce them to the remarkable companion who had already become such an integral part of his identity. The journey back to the Shining Citadel was a revelation for Sif, who had known only the deep woods and their eternal twilight since the earliest days of his memory. The gradual transition from the shadowed realm of the ancient forests to the sun-touched landscapes of Lordran's heartland provided him with his first true understanding of the world's diversity and complexity. Each new sight and sound was absorbed with the intensity of one encountering wonders that existed beyond imagination. The great roads that connected the far-flung corners of Lord Gwyn's domain were marvels of engineering that spoke to the divine power that had reshaped the world after the fall of the ancient dragons. These highways ran straight as arrows across distances that would have required weeks to traverse through wilderness, their surfaces so smooth and perfectly maintained that travelers could cover ground at speeds that would have been impossible on natural paths. As they traveled these roads toward Anor Londo, Artorias and Sif encountered other pilgrims and merchants making their way to and from the great city above the clouds. The reactions of these fellow travelers to the sight of a knight accompanied by a wolf that already stood as tall as many horses were as varied as the people themselves. Some regarded the pair with awe, recognizing in them something that transcended the ordinary relationship between human and beast. Others showed fear, for there were ancient stories that spoke of wolves as harbingers of change, creatures whose presence could signal the approach of forces that civilized minds preferred not to contemplate. But whether the response was wonder or terror, admiration or concern, all who encountered knight and wolf on those roads remembered them. Word began to spread ahead of their approach, carried by the swift messengers who maintained communication between Anor Londo and the far reaches of the kingdom. By the time Artorias and Sif reached the great steps that led up to the citadel's gates, their arrival was anticipated by beings whose curiosity had been piqued by tales of this unusual partnership. The reunion with his fellow knights took place in the great hall where the four had so often gathered to share tales of their adventures and plan for challenges yet to come. Ornstein was the first to greet them, his golden armor gleaming as he strode across the marble floor with steps that rang like bells in the vast chamber. His initial reaction to seeing Sif was one of professional assessment, evaluating the great wolf as he might any new weapon or piece of equipment that Artorias had acquired during his travels. But as the introductions proceeded, as Sif demonstrated not just his physical capabilities, but his intelligence and the depth of his bond with Artorias, Ornstein's evaluation shifted from mere professional interest to something approaching amazement. Here was a creature that could complement and enhance the already legendary skills of their brother knight, a partner whose abilities seemed specifically designed to address the weaknesses that even the greatest warriors inevitably possessed. Hawkeye Goff's reaction was characteristically thoughtful and measured. The giant archer observed the interplay between knight and wolf, with eyes that had learned to see patterns and possibilities that others might miss. His questions were few but penetrating, focusing not on Sif's obvious physical attributes, but on the subtler aspects of the partnership that had formed. How did they communicate during combat? What were the limits of the wolf's understanding of complex tactics? Could this bond be replicated? Or was it something unique that defied systematic study? Lord's Blade Ciaran approached the situation with the caution that came naturally to one whose survival had always depended on her ability to assess potential threats and allies with equal precision. Her initial wariness was not born of fear, but of the assassin's instinctive need to understand every element in any given situation before committing herself to action. She circled the great wolf with movements so fluid they seemed choreographed, her twin blades remaining sheathed, but her stance betraying a readiness to respond to any sign of aggression. What won her over, in the end, was not Sif's obvious power or intelligence, but the way the wolf's eyes tracked Artorias' movements, with a devotion that matched her own feelings for her fellow knight. In that gaze, she recognized something that resonated with her deepest understanding of what true loyalty looked like, a dedication that went beyond mere obedience to embrace willing sacrifice for the sake of another's well-being. The formal acceptance of Sif as part of their brotherhood came not through any ceremony or official proclamation, but through the gradual integration that occurred over the days and weeks that followed. The great wolf found his place within the rhythms of life in Anor Londo, with the same natural grace that had characterized his bonding with Artorias in the ancient forests. He learned to navigate the vast halls and soaring chambers of the citadel, to distinguish between areas where his presence was welcome and those where protocol demanded more discretion. Most importantly, he began to train alongside the four knights as they prepared for whatever challenges the future might bring. These training sessions, conducted in courtyards and halls, designed to accommodate battles between beings of godlike power, pushed both Sif and Artorias to develop new techniques that could take full advantage of their partnership. Traditional sword forms that had been perfected over centuries of human martial tradition were modified and adapted to account for the presence of a four-legged ally who could strike from unexpected angles and provide support that no human companion could match. Sif learned to read not just Artorias' movements but his intentions, developing an almost telepathic awareness of when his master would need him to attack, to defend, to create openings, or to exploit weaknesses in an opponent's guard. The other knights, initially observers of this training, gradually became participants as they discovered that Sif's presence could enhance their own techniques in unexpected ways. Ornstein found that the wolf's mobility could create opportunities for his lightning attacks that would have been impossible to achieve through conventional tactics. Goff discovered that Sif could serve as a spotter for long-range shots, his supernatural senses detecting targets and threats that even the archer's legendary eyes might miss. Ciaran, perhaps inevitably, developed the closest working relationship with the great wolf outside of his bond with Artorias. The assassin's techniques, which relied on speed, stealth, and precision rather than brute force, complemented Sif's natural hunting instincts in ways that created possibilities for coordinated attacks of devastating effectiveness. Together, they could eliminate multiple targets in moments, their combined efforts leaving no trace save the silence where enemies had once stood. But beyond these tactical considerations, beyond the enhancement of their already formidable combat capabilities, the presence of Sif brought something to the four knights that they had not realized they were missing. The Great Wolf's loyalty was absolute but not blind, his affection genuine but not dependent on rank or title or divine favor. In a world where so much was shaped by duty and obligation, where even the deepest friendships carried undertones of political necessity, Sif represented something pure and uncomplicated. His joy in simple things, a successful hunt, a moment of play with his master, the warmth of sunlight streaming through the great windows of Anor Londo served as a reminder to the knights of what they were ultimately fighting to protect. It was not just the grand concepts of order and civilization that gave meaning to their struggles, but the small moments of happiness and connection that made life worth living. The bond between Artorias and Sif deepened with each passing season, each shared adventure, each quiet moment when the demands of duty allowed them simply to enjoy each other's company. They developed their own language of glances and gestures, understanding each other's needs and intentions, with a clarity that transcended the normal barriers between species. When they fought together, it was with a coordination so perfect that observers often remarked it was like watching a single warrior with 4 arms and 4 legs, capable of attacking from multiple directions simultaneously while maintaining perfect defensive coverage. More than combat partners, they became emotional anchors for each other, in a world where the stakes of failure were measured not in personal loss, but in the potential destruction of entire kingdoms. When the weight of responsibility threatened to crush Artorias beneath its burden, Sif's presence reminded him of the simple truths that gave his service meaning. When the Great Wolf found himself overwhelmed by the complexity of the civilized world they now moved through, his master's steady confidence provided the security he needed to navigate unfamiliar challenges. Their adventures together during this period became legendary throughout Lordran, tales that would be told and retold for generations to come. There was the night they held the bridge at Darkroot Garden against a demon incursion that threatened to spill into the populated lands beyond. The two of them standing back to back as waves of fiery creatures broke against their combined defense like ocean swells against an unshakable cliff. There was the hunt for the great basilisk that had been petrifying travelers in the lower reaches of the kingdom, a creature whose very gaze could turn living flesh to stone, but which proved no match for opponents who could attack from multiple directions while sharing information through bonds that transcended normal sensory limitations. Sif's ability to approach the monster from its blind spots while Artorias drew its attention allowed them to eliminate a threat that had stymied conventional forces for months. Perhaps most beloved of all the tales that grew around their partnership were those that spoke not of great battles or epic hunts, but of the smaller moments that revealed the depth of their connection. Stories told of Artorias sharing his meals with Sif as they camped under stars in distant corners of the kingdom, of the great wolf curling up beside his master on cold nights when ordinary creatures would have sought the warmth of their own kind, of the knight speaking to his companion in the gentle tones reserved for family, rather than the commands appropriate to a trained animal. These stories, passed from mouth to mouth by travelers and merchants, soldiers and scholars, created a legend that transcended the already considerable reputations that both knight and wolf had earned through their individual achievements. They became symbols of the loyalty and dedication that the Age of Fire represented at its finest, living examples of what could be accomplished when different forms of life worked together toward common goals. The great wolf's size continued to increase throughout this period, his growth spurts seeming to correspond with moments of particular emotional or physical intensity. By the time he had reached full maturity, Sif stood taller at the shoulder than most warhorses, his frame filled out with muscle and sinew that spoke of power held in careful restraint. His teeth had grown to match his body, each one the length of a human finger and sharp enough to pierce the finest armor with minimal effort. Yet for all his physical magnificence, for all the awe he inspired in those who encountered him for the first time, Sif remained fundamentally unchanged in the qualities that had first drawn Artorias to him in that ancient clearing. His loyalty was absolute, his courage unwavering, his capacity for affection seemingly limitless when directed toward those he considered family. It was during this period of growth and learning that Sif first began to demonstrate abilities that went beyond even the enhanced capabilities that his size and intelligence might have suggested. The great wolf showed signs of understanding not just the words his master spoke, but the concepts and emotions that lay behind them. He could distinguish between different types of threats based on subtle changes in Artorias' voice or posture, could anticipate the knight's tactical decisions before they were fully formed, could provide comfort and support during moments of doubt or uncertainty that his master might not even realize he was experiencing. More remarkably still, Sif began to show signs of tactical thinking that suggested not just animal cunning but genuine strategic understanding. In complex battles involving multiple opponents or challenging terrain, the great wolf would position himself not just for immediate advantage, but to create possibilities for future moves that might not become apparent until minutes or even hours later. His ability to read the flow of combat, to understand how individual actions might combine to create larger patterns of victory or defeat, rivaled that of seasoned military commanders with decades of experience. These abilities, combined with his obvious physical prowess and his unshakable devotion to Artorias, made Sif more than just a companion or even a partner in combat. He became an extension of the knight's own capabilities, a living embodiment of qualities that complemented and enhanced everything that made Artorias legendary in his own right. The bond between them grew so strong that other knights began to speak of them not as knight and wolf, but as a single entity that happened to exist in two bodies. Their coordination in battle was so perfect that it seemed telepathic, their understanding of each other's needs and intentions so complete that spoken communication became largely unnecessary during moments of stress or danger. This deep connection would prove to be both their greatest strength and, ultimately, the source of their most profound tragedy. For bonds forged in love and trust, while they can provide strength beyond measure in times of peace and prosperity, also create vulnerabilities that enemies with sufficient understanding can exploit. The deeper the connection between two souls, the greater the potential for pain when circumstances force them apart or demand sacrifices that test the very foundations of their relationship. But in those golden days, when the Age of Fire still burned bright and the future seemed to stretch endlessly ahead like a road paved with starlight and hope, such concerns seemed distant and theoretical. Artorias and Sif had found in each other something that neither had known they were seeking, a completeness that made them more than the sum of their individual parts. They were ready to face whatever challenges the world might offer, confident that their bond could overcome any obstacle and their combined strength could protect any innocents who might require their aid. The legend of the knight and his faithful wolf was still being written, its greatest chapters yet to come. But already, in the halls of Aenor Londo and the far reaches of Lordran, Their names were spoken with the reverence reserved for heroes who had transcended the ordinary limitations of mortal existence to become something approaching myth itself. In the gleaming halls of Anor Londo, where divine light touched every surface with radiance that seemed to come from within the very stones themselves, there existed a brotherhood that transcended the ordinary bonds of military service or shared purpose. The 4 Knights of Gwyn represented more than an elite fighting force or a collection of individually legendary warriors brought together for convenience of command. They were, in the truest sense, a family forged not by blood but by choice, bound together by shared ideals and tested by trials that would have broken lesser souls. The formation of this sacred brotherhood had not happened overnight, nor had it been the result of any single moment of recognition or ceremony. Rather, it had grown organically from the soil of mutual respect and complementary strengths, nurtured by shared experiences that revealed the depth of character each possessed beneath their martial prowess. In the years following their individual selections as Lord Gwyn's chosen champions, these 4 souls had discovered in each other something that none had possessed alone: the perfect synthesis of diverse abilities, united in common cause. Dragonslayer Ornstein stood as the natural leader among them, not through any formal appointment or declaration of rank, but through the simple recognition that his combination of tactical brilliance and inspirational presence made him ideally suited to coordinate their efforts. His golden armor, forged from metals that had been blessed by Lord Gwyn's own lightning, caught and reflected light in ways that made him appear to glow with inner fire, even in the depths of underground chambers or shadowed forests where their duties often led them. The great spear that was his signature weapon had been crafted specifically for him by the finest smiths in all of Anor Londo, its point capable of piercing through armor that had been enchanted against conventional weapons, its shaft inscribed with runes that channeled the divine lightning that flowed through Ornstein's very being. When he moved in battle, it was with the fluid grace of one who had learned to make his weapon an extension of his own body, every thrust and parry executed with precision that bordered on the supernatural. But Ornstein's greatest strength lay not in his individual combat prowess, impressive as that was, but in his ability to see the larger patterns that governed complex battles, and to coordinate the actions of his fellow knights in ways that maximized their collective effectiveness. He possessed an almost mystical understanding of how different fighting styles could be combined to create tactical possibilities that none could achieve alone, and his commands in the heat of battle were delivered with such clarity and confidence that his companions responded to them with the automatic precision of limbs, obeying the directions of a single mind. His relationship with each of the other 3 knights was unique, shaped by his understanding of their individual strengths and the roles they could best fulfill within the larger structure of their brotherhood. With Artorias, he shared a warrior's respect for pure skill and dedication, recognizing in the younger knight's swordsmanship something that approached the divine artistry that had once characterized the greatest heroes of the war against the ancient dragons. The bond between Ornstein and Goff was built upon mutual appreciation for the intellectual aspects of warfare, the chess-like maneuvering of forces and resources that often determined the outcome of conflicts before the first blow was struck. They could spend hours discussing the theoretical implications of different tactical approaches, their conversations covering everything from the logistics of supply lines to the psychological factors that influence troop morale in extended campaigns. With Kiaran, Ornstein's relationship was more complex, colored by his understanding that the assassin's skills, while essential to their mission, required a different kind of moral flexibility than his own straightforward approach to justice. He respected her abilities and trusted her judgment implicitly, but he also served as a moral anchor for her, when the demands of their duties pushed her into territories where the clear distinctions between right and wrong became blurred by necessity and pragmatism. Hawkeye Goff brought to their brotherhood a wisdom that transcended mere tactical knowledge, though his understanding of warfare was indeed profound beyond measure. The giant archer possessed a philosopher's mind trapped within the body of a warrior, and his gentle nature provided a counterbalance to the more aggressive impulses that drove his companions. His very presence had a calming effect on the group dynamics, his soft-spoken words carrying weight that commanded attention even when delivered in tones barely above a whisper. The great bow that Goff wielded was itself a masterwork of engineering and craftsmanship, its dimensions so massive that few beings in all of Lordran possessed the physical strength necessary to draw its string, let alone aim and fire it with the precision that he demonstrated routinely. The arrows he crafted for his weapon were each the size of spears that ordinary warriors might carry into battle, their points forged from materials that could penetrate even the thick hides of dragons, and their flights calculated with mathematical precision to account for wind, distance, and the movement of targets across vast expanses of terrain. But it was not merely Goff's physical capabilities that made him invaluable to their cause. His understanding of human nature, developed through years of patient observation from his elevated perches in Anor Londo's highest towers, gave him insights into the motivations and likely actions of both allies and enemies that often proved crucial in planning their missions. He could read the moods of entire populations from subtle changes in their daily routines, could predict the emergence of threats before they manifested in ways that conventional intelligence gathering might detect. His relationship with Artorias was built upon a shared appreciation for the philosophical implications of their role as protectors of the innocent. Both knights understood that their power came with responsibilities that extended far beyond simple military objectives, and their conversations often explored the moral complexities of wielding such overwhelming force in service of ideals that sometimes conflicted with immediate practical necessities. Goff served as something of a mentor to the younger knights, his age and experience providing perspective on challenges that might seem overwhelming to those who had not yet witnessed the full scope of what their service might eventually demand. His counsel was sought not just for tactical advice, but for guidance on questions of ethics and purpose that arose when the weight of their responsibilities threatened to crush individual spirits beneath the burden of impossible expectations. With Kiaran, Goff's relationship was particularly poignant, for he recognized in the assassin's fierce dedication to their cause an echo of his own younger self, before time and experience had taught him the value of patience and restraint. He watched over her with something approaching paternal concern, understanding that her intensity, while it made her incredibly effective in her chosen role, also put her at risk of losing herself in the darkness that surrounded so much of their work. Lord's Blade Ciaran moved through their brotherhood like a shadow given form and purpose, her presence felt even when she remained invisible to the eye, her influence shaping their capabilities in ways that were often subtle but always significant. The twin blades that were her signature weapons had been forged using techniques that predated even the Age of Fire, their metal imbued with properties that allowed them to cut through not just physical barriers but the very essence that bound soul to flesh. Her mastery of the assassin's arts went far beyond simple stealth and silent killing, though she had indeed perfected those skills to a degree that bordered on the supernatural. Kiaran understood the psychology of fear and uncertainty, could move through enemy territory, leaving behind her a trail of confusion and paranoia that was often more effective than direct confrontation in achieving their objectives. Her very reputation had become a weapon in its own right, for there were few throughout Lordran who had not heard whispered tales of the Lord's Blade and the silent death she brought to those who threatened the peace of the realm. But perhaps her greatest strength lay in her absolute devotion to her fellow knights. A loyalty that ran so deep, it had become the defining characteristic of her existence. While Ornstein led through inspiration and tactical brilliance, while Goff provided wisdom and perspective, while Artorias embodied the martial ideals they all strove to uphold, Ciaran served as the emotional heart of their group, the one who remembered that their bond as brothers and sister was more precious than any individual achievement or recognition. Her feelings for Artorias added layers of complexity to the group dynamic that all of them understood but none spoke of directly. The depth of her affection for the knight and his wolf companion was evident to anyone who observed her closely, manifesting in countless small gestures and considerations that spoke of a love that transcended mere friendship or professional respect. Yet she maintained her professionalism and focus with such discipline that her personal feelings never interfered with their mission objectives or the smooth functioning of their partnership. The training sessions that brought all 4 knights together were spectacles that drew audiences from throughout Anor Londo, for they represented displays of martial prowess and coordination that few mortals would ever witness. These exercises took place in courtyards and halls that had been specifically designed to accommodate combat between beings of near-divine power, their walls reinforced with materials and enchantments that could withstand forces capable of reshaping landscapes. When the 4 knights sparred together, it was like watching the fundamental forces of nature given human form and set against each other in contests that tested not just individual skill, but the deeper bonds that united them. Ornstein's lightning would arc through the air in patterns that seemed to paint temporary constellations against the backdrop of Anor Londo's eternal radiance, while Goff's arrows would streak past with such velocity that they left visible trails in their wake, each shot placed with precision that accounted for the movements of his rapidly shifting targets. Artorias would flow through these displays like water given the power to cut stone, his great sword describing arcs that seemed to follow mathematical principles too complex for ordinary minds to comprehend fully. Beside him, Sif would move with predatory grace that complemented his master's technique perfectly, the great wolf's presence adding an element of unpredictability that forced the other knights to adapt and evolve their own approaches in real time. Ciaran would appear and disappear among them like a whisper of deadly wind, her twin blades catching light and shadow in equal measure as she wove between attacks that would have obliterated lesser opponents, finding openings that existed for fractions of seconds and exploiting them with surgical precision before vanishing once again into the spaces between perception and reality. These training sessions served purposes beyond the obvious benefits of maintaining their combat readiness and developing new techniques that could be employed in their actual missions. They were also opportunities for the 4 knights to strengthen the bonds between them, to learn to read each other's intentions and capabilities with ever-increasing accuracy, and to explore the theoretical limits of what they might accomplish when their individual abilities were perfectly coordinated. The campaigns they fought together during this golden period became the stuff of legend throughout Lordran, tales that would be recounted in song and story for generations to come. There was the siege of the Demon Ruins, where corrupted beings from the failed experiments of the Witch of Izalith had established a foothold that threatened to spread chaos fire throughout the surrounding regions. The 4 knights had descended into those infernal depths like avenging angels, their combined assault breaking through defenses that had withstood conventional forces for months. Ornstein had led the charge, his lightning spear carving paths through ranks of flame demons, while his tactical commands coordinated the movements of his companions, with precision that turned their individual attacks into components of a larger symphony of destruction. Goff had positioned himself on elevated ground that provided clear sightlines to key targets, his arrows eliminating priority threats before they could bring their full power to bear against the advancing forces of light. Artorias and Sif had flowed through the demonic ranks like a tide of righteous fury, the knight's blade severing the bonds that held corrupted souls to their twisted forms, while his wolf companion struck with predatory efficiency at enemies who thought themselves beyond the reach of natural predators. Kiaran had moved through the chaos like a shadow of death itself, appearing behind demon commanders to deliver killing strikes before they could coordinate effective resistance to the assault. The campaign in the catacombs had tested their abilities in different ways, for there the enemy was not the raw destructive force of chaos demons, but the subtle corruption of necromantic magic that could turn their own fallen comrades against them. The ancient burial grounds beneath Lordran had been infested with undead creatures whose very existence was an affront to the natural order, and the task of cleansing these sacred places required not just martial prowess, but deep understanding of the forces that bound soul to flesh across the boundaries of life and death. Here, Goff's wisdom had proven as valuable as his archery skills, for his understanding of the ancient magics that governed the transitions between life, death, and undeath allowed him to identify the key ritual sites that needed to be destroyed to break the necromancer's hold over the region. Kiaran's stealth capabilities had been essential for reaching these locations without alerting the undead hordes to their presence, while Ornstein's lightning had provided the purifying force necessary to cleanse areas that had been corrupted by centuries of dark magic. Artorias had served as the tip of the spear in the final assault on the master necromancers themselves, his blade carrying enchantments that could sever the bonds between undead creatures and their animating forces, reducing entire armies of skeletal warriors to harmless bone fragments with strikes that seemed to cut through the very concept of unnatural life. Perhaps their greatest triumph had been the expedition to reclaim the kiln of the first flame from entities that had emerged from the spaces between worlds, creatures whose very presence threatened to extinguish the divine fire that sustained the Age of Fire itself. This mission had required them to venture into realms where the normal laws of physics and causality held only tentative sway, where the distinction between thought and reality became blurred beyond easy comprehension. The journey to the kiln had taken them through landscapes that existed partially outside the normal flow of time, where they encountered echoes of battles that had yet to be fought, and shadows of warriors who might never exist, except as possibilities exploring their potential for actualization. The psychological strain of navigating such environments would have broken the minds of lesser individuals, but the four knights drew strength from their bond with each other, using their mutual trust and understanding as anchors to maintain their grip on sanity and purpose. When they finally reached the kiln itself and confronted the entities that threatened to consume the first flame, the battle that followed transcended the merely physical to become a conflict, fought on multiple planes of existence simultaneously. They found themselves fighting not just against alien creatures but against concepts and ideas given malevolent form, against the fundamental forces of entropy and chaos that sought to unmake everything the Age of Fire had accomplished. Victory, when it finally came, was achieved not through superior force of arms, but through the perfect synthesis of their individual capabilities, united in defense of something greater than any of them could protect alone. Ornstein's lightning became the binding force that held reality stable in the face of chaos, while Goff's arrows struck at targets that existed in dimensions beyond normal perception, each shot guided by intuition that transcended rational understanding. Artorias had wielded his sword like an instrument of absolute order, each strike serving to reinforce the fundamental laws that governed existence itself, while Sif had moved through the battle like a force of natural law given physical form, his very presence serving to ground abstract concepts in concrete reality. Kiaran had struck at the hearts of entities whose existence was based on paradox and contradiction, her blades carrying the power to impose logical consistency on phenomena that defied rational analysis. The relationships that developed between the four knights during these campaigns went far beyond simple professional collaboration or battlefield camaraderie. They had shared experiences that few beings in all of creation would ever know, had faced challenges that tested not just their individual capabilities, but the very foundations of their understanding of reality itself. Such trials create bonds that transcend the ordinary categories of friendship or family, forging connections that become integral to the identities of all involved. Ornstein found in his three companions not just subordinates or allies, but the completion of his own capabilities, the missing pieces that allowed his natural leadership abilities to achieve their full potential. His tactical brilliance was enhanced by Goff's wisdom. His inspirational presence was given depth by his understanding of Artorias' dedication, and his moral clarity was sharpened by his appreciation of the sacrifices that Kiaran was willing to make for their common cause. Goff discovered that his philosophical nature and desire for peaceful contemplation were not obstacles to effective action, but strengths that became more valuable when channeled through the focused determination of his companions. His gentle wisdom found its perfect expression when combined with Ornstein's leadership. His understanding of abstract principles gained practical application through Artorias' willingness to translate ideals into concrete action, and his compassionate nature found outlets for expression through his protection of Kiaran's emotional well-being. For Artorias, the Brotherhood provided something that his individual excellence could never achieve alone: the security that comes from knowing that others share your burdens and understand the weight of the responsibilities you carry. His dedication to protecting the innocent was multiplied exponentially when supported by companions whose own skills complemented his own, while his natural tendency towards self-sacrifice was tempered by the understanding that his death would deprive not just the world, but his cherished companions of his contributions to their shared mission. Kiaran found in the four knights the family she had never known she needed, a circle of trust and acceptance that allowed her to express aspects of her personality that her dangerous profession normally required her to keep hidden. Among them, she could allow herself to feel and express the deeper emotions that gave meaning to her existence, could reveal the vulnerabilities that made her human despite her supernatural abilities, and could experience the simple joys of companionship that her solitary work as an assassin rarely permitted. The great hall of Aenor Londo, where they gathered after each successful mission, became a sanctuary that held memories more precious than any treasure vault in the kingdom. Here they would share meals prepared by the finest cooks in Lord Gwyn's service, the food itself becoming secondary to the conversations that flowed around the table like wine from an inexhaustible bottle. They spoke of their adventures and their observations, of lessons learned and wisdom gained, of hopes for the future and memories of the past that had shaped them into who they had become. Sif had found his own place within this circle, not as a mere animal companion, but as a full participant in the brotherhood they shared. His intelligence and emotional depth were recognized and valued by all of them, his loyalty serving as an example that even the most dedicated humans could learn from, his simple joy in their company reminding them all of what they were ultimately fighting to preserve. The Great Wolf had developed individual relationships with each of the knights that reflected both his own nature and their unique personalities. With Ornstein, he shared the respect of one warrior for another, acknowledging the Dragon Slayer's leadership while maintaining the independence that was fundamental to his lupine nature. Goff's gentle wisdom appealed to something deep in Sif's consciousness, and the giant archer's patient explanations helped the wolf understand aspects of their missions that went beyond immediate tactical considerations. With Kiaran, Sif had developed perhaps the most complex relationship outside of his bond with Artorias. The assassin's fierce protectiveness toward the knight she loved resonated with the wolf's own devotion to his master, creating a silent understanding between them that needed no words to express. They worked together with increasing effectiveness during missions that required stealth and precision, their complementary abilities creating possibilities for coordinated action that neither could achieve alone. The weapons and equipment that each knight carried became as legendary as the individuals who wielded them, for these were not merely tools of war but extensions of their very souls, items that had been forged specifically for their hands and imbued with properties that reflected their unique natures. Ornstein's lightning spear hummed with barely contained electrical energy, its point capable of channeling the very power of storms, while its length and balance had been calibrated to work perfectly with his fighting style and physical capabilities. Goff's great bow was a masterpiece of engineering that few other beings could even lift, let alone draw and aim with the precision he demonstrated routinely. The arrows he crafted for his weapon were works of art in their own right, each one shaped and balanced for specific types of targets and combat situations, their points inscribed with runes that could guide them to their targets across distances that defied conventional understanding of archery. Kieran's twin blades were perhaps the most mysterious of all their weapons, for they had been forged using techniques that predated recorded history, their metal containing elements that existed only in the spaces between worlds. These weapons could cut through substances that should have been impervious to conventional edges, their strikes capable of severing connections between soul and flesh in ways that conventional medicine could neither understand nor repair. Artorias' great sword, destined to become as legendary as the knight who wielded it, was a blade of such perfect balance and keenness that it seemed to anticipate its wielder's intentions, moving through combat as though guided by its own intelligence. The metal from which it had been forged contained traces of materials that had been touched by divine fire, giving it properties that made it particularly effective against creatures of darkness and corruption. The armor that each knight wore reflected not just their individual needs and preferences, but their roles within the larger structure of their brotherhood. Ornstein's golden plate caught and reflected light in ways that made him a beacon of hope on any battlefield, while its construction provided protection against both physical attacks and the various forms of magical assault they might encounter in their duties. The elaborate decorations that covered its surface were not mere ornamentation, but functional elements that channeled and focused the divine energy that flowed through his body. Goff's equipment was designed for maximum functionality rather than impressive appearance, though the quality of its construction was second to none in all of Lordran. His armor provided the stability and support necessary for accurate archery under the most challenging conditions, while remaining flexible enough to permit the fluid movements required for his combat style. The quivers he carried could hold dozens of his massive arrows without affecting his balance or mobility. Kieran's gear was crafted for silence and mobility above all other considerations, every piece designed to allow her to move without detection while providing adequate protection against the various threats she might encounter during her infiltration missions. The dark materials from which her equipment was made seemed to absorb rather than reflect light, making her a shadow among shadows when she chose to employ her stealth capabilities. The ceremonies and rituals that surrounded their service to Lord Gwyn were not mere formalities, but sacred observances that reinforced the bonds between them and the divine power they served. These gatherings, held in the most sacred chambers of Aenor Londo, were opportunities for them to renew their oaths and recommit themselves to the ideals that gave their service meaning beyond mere military effectiveness. During these ceremonies, each knight would speak of their experiences and insights gained during their recent missions, sharing wisdom that might benefit their companions in future endeavors. These formal reports became something approaching philosophical discussions, explorations of the moral and ethical implications of their actions that helped them maintain their sense of purpose, even when facing challenges that tested their fundamental beliefs about right and wrong. The respect they commanded throughout Lordran extended far beyond simple recognition of their martial prowess or their service to the divine throne. They had become symbols of what mortals could achieve when they dedicated themselves completely to ideals greater than personal advancement or individual glory. Their very names were invoked in prayers and oaths, their deeds recounted in stories that inspired others to strive for excellence in their own chosen fields of endeavor. Children throughout the kingdom grew up hearing tales of the four knights and their adventures, learning lessons about courage and loyalty, sacrifice and dedication that would shape their own understanding of what it meant to live lives of meaning and purpose. These stories, passed from generation to generation, ensured that the values embodied by the knights would endure, even if the Age of Fire itself eventually passed into history. The bond between them had been forged in the bright fires of shared triumph and tested in the darker moments when their missions required them to make choices that challenged their individual moral frameworks. They had learned to trust each other not just with their lives but with their souls, knowing that each would sacrifice everything to protect the others from harm or corruption. This trust, absolute and unshakable, had become the foundation upon which all their subsequent achievements were built. Yet even as they basked in the glory of their brotherhood and the success of their campaigns, subtle signs were beginning to appear that suggested their golden age might not last forever. The darkness they had encountered in their various missions was not random or purposeless, but seemed to be guided by intelligence that was learning from each encounter, adapting and evolving in response to their tactics and capabilities. The four Knights of Gwyn stood at the pinnacle of their power and influence, beloved by their lord, respected throughout the kingdom, and bound together by ties stronger than blood or oath could create. They had achieved everything that warriors could hope to accomplish, had proven themselves worthy of the legends that would preserve their memory for all time. But the wheel of fate was already beginning to turn toward darker chapters in their story, toward trials that would test not just their individual capabilities, but the very bonds that made them more than the sum of their parts. The Age of Fire, for all its glory and magnificence, carried within itself the seeds of its own transformation, and the greatest heroes of that age would soon be called upon to face challenges that would demand sacrifices beyond anything they had yet been asked to give. In the deepest hours before dawn, when even the eternal radiance of Aenor Londo seemed to dim as though conserving its strength for the challenges that daylight would bring, the first whispers of change began to stir in the shadowed corners of existence. These were not the dramatic proclamations of war or the thunderous announcements of catastrophe, but rather the subtle signs that only the most perceptive observers might notice: a dimming of light that had once seemed inexhaustible, a cooling of warmth that had never before known variation, a sense of something vital slowly draining away like water seeping through invisible cracks in reality's foundation. Lord Gwyn, whose very being was intertwined with the power of the first flame that had ushered in the Age of Fire, felt these changes more acutely than any other soul in all of Lordran. The divine radiance that emanated from his form, which had once blazed with such intensity that mortals could scarcely look upon him directly, now seemed to flicker with an almost imperceptible rhythm, like the heartbeat of something vast and ancient that was growing weary after eons of constant effort. In the private chambers where he withdrew from the eyes of his court and the demands of rulership, Gwyn would stand before mirrors of polished silver and observe the subtle transformations that were occurring within his own divine essence. The lightning that danced around his fingers, which had once been able to reduce mountains to rubble and split the very sky itself, now required greater concentration to summon and struck with force that, while still formidable beyond mortal comprehension, was nonetheless diminished from the godlike power he had wielded during the war against the ancient dragons. The crown that rested upon his brow, forged from materials that had been touched by the first flame itself and inscribed with runes that channeled the fundamental forces of creation, seemed somehow heavier than it had in ages past. The weight was not physical, for such concerns meant nothing to a being of his stature, but rather metaphysical, the accumulated burden of responsibilities that grew more complex with each passing year, as the world he had helped create faced challenges that defied the solutions that had served so well in simpler times. His most trusted advisors, beings whose wisdom had guided the kingdom through centuries of prosperity and growth, began to bring him reports that painted a picture of transformation occurring throughout the farthest reaches of his domain. These were not the straightforward challenges of invasion or rebellion, which could be met with conventional military responses, but rather phenomena that seemed to strike at the very foundations of the order they had worked so tirelessly to establish and maintain. From the eastern provinces came word of areas where the very light itself seemed to be growing thin, regions where the sun's rays appeared to lose their strength and warmth as they passed through air that had taken on an almost tangible quality of oppression. Travelers who ventured into these affected zones reported experiencing a profound sense of unease that went beyond mere discomfort to touch something fundamental in their souls, a creeping certainty that they were walking through territories where the natural laws that governed existence had begun to falter. The Western kingdoms sent messengers bearing even more disturbing news. Tales of discoveries made in ancient ruins and forgotten burial grounds that suggested the Age of Fire had not brought an end to all the forces that had shaped the world in earlier eras. Archaeological expeditions had uncovered artifacts and inscriptions that spoke of powers older than the gods themselves, primordial energies that had been bound and contained, but never truly destroyed by the victory over the ancient dragons. Most troubling of all were the reports that filtered in from scholars and sages who had dedicated their lives to understanding the fundamental principles that governed reality itself. These learned individuals, whose research had previously focused on cataloging and refining the knowledge that had accumulated during the golden years of the Age of Fire, now found their attention drawn to questions that challenged their most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. They spoke of discovering references in the most ancient texts to something called the Dark Soul, a fragment of primordial power that had been claimed by the most mysterious of the original lords, who had challenged the dominion of the ancient dragons. This entity, known only as the Furtive Pygmy, had faded from history so completely that even his name had been lost to the passage of time, but the essence he had claimed appeared to be connected to humanity itself in ways that suggested implications far beyond anything that had been previously understood. The nature of this connection remained shrouded in mystery, but the scholar's research suggested that within every human soul there existed a spark of this ancient darkness, a potential that lay dormant under normal circumstances, but could be awakened under conditions that were not yet fully comprehended. This dark essence was not evil in any conventional sense, they explained, but rather represented a fundamental aspect of existence that had been overshadowed by the brilliance of the Age of Fire without being truly eliminated. The 4 Knights of Gwyn, as they went about their duties throughout Lordran, began to encounter evidence of these troubling changes firsthand during missions that took them to the most remote corners of the kingdom. What had once been routine expeditions to deal with isolated threats or investigate reports of unusual activity now frequently led them into territories where the very fabric of reality seemed to be undergoing subtle but unmistakable alterations. Artorias, whose travels with Sif often took him to the wild places where civilization gave way to the untamed forces of nature, was among the first to witness the physical manifestations of whatever was causing these widespread changes. In caverns that had once glowed with the soft phosphorescence of luminous fungi, he found instead pools of absolute darkness that seemed to actively consume light rather than merely reflecting its absence. These zones of concentrated shadow were not empty voids, but rather spaces filled with something that could be felt even if it could not be seen directly. When Sif approached these areas, his supernatural senses would detect wrongness so profound that his hackles would rise and low growls would rumble from deep in his chest. Warning sounds that spoke of instinctive recognition of threats that transcended the normal categories of predator and prey. The great wolf's reactions served as an early warning system for his master, alerting Artorias to dangers that might not become apparent to human senses until it was too late to avoid them safely. The creatures they encountered in these tainted regions bore only passing resemblance to the natural animals or familiar monsters that had previously inhabited such places. These twisted beings moved with purposes that seemed alien to any life that had evolved under the nurturing light of the first flame, their very existence suggesting that they were being shaped by forces that operated according to principles fundamentally different from those that governed normal existence. Some of these corrupted creatures appeared to be former animals that had been transformed by prolonged exposure to whatever dark influence was spreading through the land. They retained enough of their original forms to be recognizable, but their behavior patterns had been altered in ways that defied conventional understanding of natural instincts and survival drives. They moved with coordination that suggested intelligence guiding their actions. Yet this intelligence was clearly not their own, but rather something that was using them as instruments to achieve purposes that remained hidden from observation. Other entities seemed to have originated from sources that had no connection to the natural world at all. These beings possessed forms that shifted and flowed like living shadow, their boundaries indistinct, and their substance seemingly composed of the same oppressive darkness that filled the corrupted zones where they were encountered. They did not attack in the straightforward manner of predators seeking prey, but rather seemed to be testing the resolve and capabilities of any living beings they encountered, probing for weaknesses that might be exploited at some future time. The weapons and techniques that had served Artorias so well in his previous battles proved less effective against these new forms of opposition. His great sword, which could cleave through the armor of demons and the scales of dragons with equal ease, sometimes passed through these shadow creatures without causing any apparent damage, as though they existed partially outside the normal physical realm where conventional combat took place. It was during these encounters that Artorias first began to develop the specialized techniques and mystical knowledge that would later mark him as uniquely suited to combat the forces of the abyss. He learned to channel the divine light that flowed through his oath to Lord Gwyn, using it not just as a source of physical strength but as a weapon against corruption that operated on spiritual rather than material levels. This sacred radiance, when properly focused and directed, could purge the dark influence from creatures that had been twisted by exposure to whatever malevolent force was spreading through the land. The process was not simple destruction, but rather a form of spiritual healing that restored corrupted beings to their original natures, by severing the connections that bound them to the source of their transformation. Sif, with his supernatural intuition and deep bond with his master, proved invaluable in these efforts to combat the spreading corruption. The great wolf's senses could detect the presence of dark influence long before it became apparent through visual observation, allowing them to identify affected areas and plan their approaches accordingly. More than that, Sif seemed to possess an instinctive understanding of how to move through tainted zones without becoming corrupted himself. knowledge that he somehow shared with Artorias through their telepathic connection. Together, Knight and Wolf developed a partnership that was specifically adapted to deal with threats that existed partially outside the normal flow of cause and effect. Their coordination in these battles transcended the merely tactical to become something approaching a mystical union, their combined efforts creating effects that neither could achieve alone. When facing enemies that defied conventional understanding, Ornstein, during his own missions throughout the kingdom, encountered different but equally disturbing manifestations of the changes that were affecting Lordran. His travels took him primarily to areas where Lord Gwyn's authority was most directly represented, the great cities and established settlements where the structures of civilization had been most firmly planted and nurtured over the centuries of the Age of Fire's dominance. Here, the signs of transformation were more subtle but no less significant than the overt corruptions that Artorias faced in the wild places. The Dragon Slayer began to notice changes in the behavior of the human populations under his protection, alterations in their daily routines, and social interactions that suggested the influence of forces operating below the level of conscious awareness. In communities that had previously been models of cooperation and mutual support, he observed the emergence of tensions and conflicts that seemed to arise from nowhere and escalate beyond all reasonable proportion to their apparent causes. Neighbors who had lived in harmony for generations suddenly found themselves unable to resolve minor disagreements through the traditional mechanisms of mediation and compromise that had served their societies so well in the past. More troubling still were the reports of individuals who had begun to experience what could only be described as spiritual awakening, though the nature of what was awakening within them remained unclear. These people spoke of dreams and visions that revealed truths about the world that contradicted everything they had been taught about the nature of reality and their place within the grand design of existence. The visions invariably involved imagery of darkness and shadow, not as forces of evil or destruction, but as fundamental aspects of existence that had been hidden from common understanding by the brilliance of the Age of Fire. Those who experienced these revelations described feeling as though they had been living their entire lives with blinders that had suddenly been removed, allowing them to perceive dimensions of reality that had always been present, but had remained invisible to their previous modes of understanding. Ornstein found himself in the difficult position of trying to maintain order and stability in communities where growing numbers of citizens were beginning to question the very foundations upon which their civilization had been built. His natural inclination was to suppress what appeared to be a form of dangerous heresy, but his wisdom and experience suggested that the phenomenon was too widespread and deeply rooted to be eliminated through conventional enforcement of orthodoxy. Hawkeye Goff, from his elevated positions in the highest towers of Anor Londo, was able to observe patterns and trends that were invisible to those operating at ground level. His unique perspective allowed him to see how the various isolated incidents and local phenomena were connected as part of a larger transformation that was affecting the entire kingdom simultaneously. Through careful analysis of the reports that reached him from throughout Lordran, Goff began to discern what appeared to be a systematic pattern in the emergence of these disturbing changes. The corruption and spiritual awakening were not occurring randomly, but seemed to be following pathways that connected specific locations and populations, as though some intelligence was guiding the spread of influence along predetermined routes. The ancient roads and trade networks that had been established to facilitate communication and commerce throughout the kingdom appeared to be serving as conduits for whatever force was responsible for these transformations. Communities that were connected by well-traveled routes experienced similar phenomena within relatively short time periods, while more isolated settlements remained largely unaffected by the changes that were sweeping through their neighboring regions. Goff's mathematical mind trained through decades of calculating trajectories and angles for his impossible archery shots, began to construct theoretical models that might explain how this pattern of influence could operate. His conclusions suggested that they were dealing not with a random outbreak of corruption or madness, but with a deliberate campaign being conducted by intelligence that possessed detailed knowledge of the kingdom's infrastructure, population distribution. The implications of this realization were profoundly unsettling, for they suggested that whatever was causing these changes had been studying and planning for an extended period before beginning to implement its strategy. This was not the spontaneous emergence of chaotic forces, but rather the execution of a coordinated plan that had been developed with care and patience over time, spans that might stretch back generations or even centuries. Lord's Blade Ciaran, whose duties often took her into the shadows where conventional intelligence gathering could not penetrate, encountered the most direct evidence of the organized nature behind the spreading changes. Her infiltration missions began to uncover networks of individuals who had been touched by the Dark Awakening, but who had organized themselves into secret societies dedicated to understanding and spreading their new knowledge. These groups were not composed of criminals or malcontents seeking to overthrow the established order for personal gain, but rather of ordinary citizens who had experienced genuine spiritual revelations that had fundamentally altered their understanding of reality. They met in hidden locations to share their visions and experiences, to study ancient texts that had previously been dismissed as superstition or fantasy, and to explore practices that promised to deepen their connection to the dark essence they believed lay dormant within all human souls. The rituals and ceremonies that Ciaran observed during her covert surveillance were unlike anything in the established religious traditions of the Age of Fire. These practices seemed designed to awaken and strengthen whatever dark potential existed within the participants, using techniques that involved meditation on concepts of emptiness and void, exposure to environments where natural light was completely absent, and the consumption of substances that appeared to alter consciousness in ways that allowed perception of normally hidden aspects of reality. Most disturbing of all was the discovery that these secret societies were not isolated local phenomena, but part of a much larger network that extended throughout the kingdom and possibly beyond. The groups maintained communication with each other through methods that did not rely on conventional messengers or written correspondence, suggesting that they possessed access to forms of knowledge or power that allowed for more direct forms of contact between minds. The intelligence that guided these networks demonstrated understanding of operational security and counter-surveillance techniques that rivaled those employed by the most sophisticated criminal organizations or enemy spy networks. Yet their goals appeared to be spiritual and philosophical rather than political or material, focused on spreading awareness and understanding, rather than accumulating power or wealth in conventional terms. As the four knights shared their observations and experiences during their regular gatherings in the Great Hall of Anor Londo, a picture began to emerge of a transformation that was far more comprehensive and deeply rooted than any of them had initially realized. The changes they were witnessing were not isolated incidents or temporary aberrations that might be corrected through conventional interventions, but rather manifestations of forces that had been building pressure for extended periods and were now beginning to reshape the fundamental nature of reality itself. The darkness that was emerging was not the simple absence of light that could be dispelled by kindling brighter flames, but rather a positive force in its own right, possessing its own forms of intelligence and purpose that existed in fundamental opposition to the principles upon which the Age of Fire had been established. This was not corruption in any conventional sense, but rather the assertion of alternative possibilities that challenged the exclusive dominion that fire and light had claimed over the world. Lord Gwyn, when presented with these reports and analyses, found himself facing a crisis that transcended anything he had encountered during his rise to power or his long reign as ruler of the gods. The enemies he had faced in the past, from the ancient dragons to the various demons and monsters that had threatened his kingdom, had been external threats that could be met with superior force and tactical brilliance. This new challenge arose from within the very heart of his domain and called into question the fundamental assumptions upon which his authority and the entire structure of his civilization were based. The scholars and advisors who surrounded the divine throne offered various explanations and proposed solutions, but their recommendations revealed the inadequacy of conventional wisdom when applied to phenomena that operated according to principles that had not been previously encountered. Some suggested that the answer lay in increasing the intensity of the divine light that flowed from the first flame, overwhelming the emerging darkness through sheer force of radiance that would leave no space for shadow to exist. Others proposed that the solution might involve diplomatic approaches, attempting to understand and negotiate with whatever intelligence was guiding these transformations, in hopes of finding accommodations that might preserve the essential elements of the Age of Fire, while allowing for the expression of these new forces in ways that would not threaten the stability of established order. A third faction argued for more aggressive action, suggesting that the time had come to identify and eliminate the sources of corruption before they could spread further throughout the kingdom. This approach would require the deployment of the Four Knights and other elite forces in campaigns, designed not just to suppress symptoms, but to destroy the root causes of the spiritual awakening that was undermining the foundations of their civilization. Yet each of these proposed solutions carried within it the seeds of potential consequences that might prove more dangerous than the original problem. Increasing the intensity of the first flame might temporarily suppress the emerging darkness, but it would also accelerate the consumption of whatever fuel sustained the divine fire, potentially bringing about the very end of the Age of Fire that they sought to prevent. Diplomatic approaches assumed that the intelligence behind these changes possessed motivations and goals that could be understood and addressed through rational negotiation. But there was no evidence to suggest that such assumptions were valid when dealing with forces that might operate according to fundamentally alien principles of logic and purpose. Military solutions promised the satisfaction of decisive action, but ran the risk of creating martyrs and deepening the resolve of those who had experienced spiritual awakening, potentially transforming what might still be a manageable phenomenon into open rebellion that could tear the kingdom apart from within. As Lord Gwyn wrestled with these impossible choices, the Four Knights found themselves being called upon to undertake missions that were fundamentally different from anything they had previously experienced. Where once their roles had been to protect and defend, to maintain and preserve the established order, now they were being asked to investigate and combat threats that existed as much in the realm of ideas and beliefs as in the physical world, where their martial prowess could be most effectively applied. The weapons and techniques that had made them legendary were still effective against the corrupted creatures and twisted entities they encountered in their travels, but these combat victories felt increasingly hollow when set against the larger context of transformation that was affecting the entire kingdom. They could purge individual zones of corruption and eliminate specific threats, but the underlying forces that created these problems continued to operate beyond their ability to reach or influence directly. More troubling still was the growing realization that their own effectiveness in combating these new forms of threat might be inadvertently contributing to the very problems they sought to solve. Each victory they achieved through the application of divine light and sacred power served to demonstrate the growing gap between the capabilities of those who served the established order and the ordinary citizens who were experiencing spiritual awakening that connected them to alternative sources of power and understanding. Their very success in maintaining the status quo was beginning to create resentment and opposition among populations that might otherwise have remained loyal to Lord Gwyn and the principles of the Age of Fire. The divine radiance that emanated from their weapons and armor, which had once been seen as symbols of hope and protection, was now sometimes viewed with suspicion or fear by those who had begun to perceive such manifestations of power as forms of oppression, designed to prevent them from exploring their own spiritual potential. The bond between the four knights, which had been their greatest strength during the golden years of their service, now became a source of additional complexity as they struggled to understand and respond to challenges that tested not just their individual capabilities, but their shared understanding of what they were fighting to preserve. The clear moral certainties that had once guided their actions were becoming clouded by questions about the nature of the forces they opposed and the ultimate consequences of their continued resistance to change. Artorias found himself particularly troubled by the implications of what he was learning about the dark essence that appeared to exist within all human souls. His dedication to protecting the innocent had always been absolute and unquestioning, but now he was being asked to consider the possibility that the very people he had sworn to defend might carry within themselves the seeds of the corruption he was fighting against. The techniques he was developing for combating the influence of darkness required him to channel divine light in ways that seemed to burn away the dark potential within corrupted beings, restoring them to what he understood to be their natural state. Yet he was beginning to wonder whether this purging process might be eliminating something essential to their nature rather than simply removing foreign contamination. Sif's reactions to the corrupted beings they encountered provided some reassurance, for the great wolf's instincts seemed to distinguish clearly between corruption that was alien and harmful and darkness that was natural and potentially beneficial. But even Sif appeared to be affected by the changes occurring throughout the kingdom, his supernatural senses becoming more acute, and his understanding of the mystical forces they encountered growing deeper and more complex with each mission they undertook. The stage was being set for trials that would test not only the individual courage and skill of the four knights, but the very foundations of their understanding about the nature of good and evil, order and chaos, light and darkness. The Age of Fire, which had seemed eternal and unshakable, was revealing itself to be but one phase in a larger cycle of transformation that operated according to principles far more complex and mysterious than any of them had previously imagined. The darkness that was emerging was not the simple negation of light, but rather the assertion of possibilities that had been suppressed and hidden during the dominance of fire. The spiritual awakening that was spreading throughout the human population was not corruption in any conventional sense, but rather the recovery of aspects of their nature that had been forgotten or denied during the long centuries of the place, Age of Fire's reign. Yet the implications of these revelations were so profound that they threatened to undermine everything that Lord Gwyn and his champions had worked to build and protect. The order they had established, the civilization they had nurtured, the very concept of divine authority upon which their rule was based. All of these achievements might need to be reconsidered and potentially sacrificed if the emerging forces proved to be as fundamental and irresistible as the evidence was, beginning to suggest. In the deepest chambers of Anor Londo, where Lord Gwyn retreated to commune with the First Flame and seek guidance from sources of wisdom that transcended mortal understanding, preparations were already beginning for responses that would shape the destiny of the world for ages to come. The golden years of the Age of Fire were drawing to a close, and the trials that lay ahead would demand sacrifices that none of them could yet fully comprehend or prepare for adequately. The four knights stood at the threshold of their greatest test, still bound together by loyalty and mutual devotion, but beginning to sense the approach of challenges that would push each of them beyond the limits of what mortals were meant to endure. The brotherhood that had sustained them through countless victories was about to face its ultimate trial, and the outcome would determine not just their individual fates, but the future of all life in Lordran and beyond. In the depths beneath the soaring spires of Lordran, where the very foundations of the kingdom had been laid upon the bones of the ancient dragons and the dreams of those who had dared to challenge the eternal grey, there existed a city that embodied humanity's greatest aspirations during the early years of the Age of Fire. New Londo had risen from marshland and shadow, not through divine mandate or the will of gods, but through the collective effort of mortal hands guided by mortal hearts that burned with ambition to create something magnificent and enduring. The city's builders had chosen their location with deliberate intent, establishing their greatest work in the lowest places of the realm where the influence of divine light was weakest, and the ancient powers that predated the Age of Fire still whispered in the darkness between stones. Here, they declared, through the very act of construction, humanity would prove that mortals could create wonders that rivaled the achievements of gods, that the spark of creativity and determination that burned within human souls was sufficient to transform even the most unpromising circumstances into realms of beauty and prosperity. New Londo's architecture reflected this ambitious vision, its towers and halls rising from the depths with a grace and elegance that seemed to defy the heavy atmosphere of the subterranean realm. The city's engineers had learned to work with water rather than against it, incorporating the natural flow of underground rivers and springs into their designs in ways that created fountains and channels that brought the music of moving water into every district and neighborhood. The buildings themselves were marvels of human ingenuity, constructed from stones that had been quarried from the deepest foundations of the world and shaped by craftsmen whose skills had been honed through generations of dedicated practice. Each structure was both functional and beautiful, designed to serve the practical needs of its inhabitants, while also elevating their spirits through exposure to architectural artistry that transformed daily life into an ongoing celebration of human potential. The bridges that connected the city's various levels and districts were perhaps its most iconic features, graceful spans of stone and steel that arched over the dark waters with such elegance that they seemed to float rather than rest upon their supports. These bridges served not just as transportation infrastructure, but as gathering places where citizens could meet and converse while enjoying views of their city's unique beauty, their conversations creating a constant murmur of human voices that gave life and vitality to even the most distant corners of the urban landscape. The population of New Londo reflected the diversity and dynamism that characterized humanity during the Age of Fire's golden years. Merchants and craftsmen had come from throughout Lordran to establish themselves in a city that promised opportunities for advancement based on merit rather than birth or divine favor. Scholars and artists found in New Londo's libraries and academies resources and patronage that allowed them to pursue their research and creative endeavors without the restrictions that sometimes limited their work in the more traditional centers of learning. Most significantly, New Londo had become a refuge for those humans who felt called to explore the deeper mysteries of their own nature, the aspects of human existence that were not fully explained or accommodated by the official doctrines of the Age of Fire. The city's distance from the direct oversight of Lord Gwyn's court allowed for philosophical and spiritual experimentation that might have been discouraged or forbidden in settlements that lay more directly under divine scrutiny. It was this intellectual freedom, this willingness to question accepted truths and explore alternative possibilities, that would ultimately prove to be both New Londo's greatest strength and the source of its most terrible vulnerability. The same spirit of inquiry that had driven the city's builders to create wonders in the depths had also led some of its scholars to investigate forces and phenomena that wiser minds might have left undisturbed. Among the most ambitious of these researchers were those who had dedicated themselves to understanding the nature of the dark soul and its relationship to human consciousness and potential. These scholars had gathered ancient texts and artifacts from throughout the known world, accumulating a library of knowledge that represented humanity's most complete understanding of the forces that had shaped their existence since the dawn of the Age of Fire. Their research had revealed tantalizing hints that the power claimed by the furtive pygmy had not been lost or dissipated with his disappearance from history, but rather had been distributed among all of his descendants, existing within every human soul as a form of potential that could be awakened and cultivated under the proper conditions. This dark essence was not evil or corrupting in itself, they argued, but rather represented aspects of human nature that had been overshadowed by the emphasis on light and fire that characterized the current age. The experiments conducted by these scholars were initially cautious and limited in scope, involving meditation techniques and ritual practices that were designed to awaken dormant aspects of consciousness, without creating dangerous instabilities or exposing the practitioners to forces they could not control. The early results were encouraging, suggesting that careful exploration of humanity's dark potential could lead to enhanced understanding of the world and expanded capabilities for those who undertook the journey of awakening. As word of these discoveries spread through New Londo's intellectual community, more scholars and students became interested in participating in the research. The practices that had been developed were refined and expanded, creating a systematic approach to spiritual development that promised to unlock human potential in ways that had not been possible since the earliest days following the discovery of the dark soul itself. The transformation of individual practitioners began subtly, manifesting first as enhanced intuition and deeper understanding of the hidden connections that linked all things within the web of existence. Those who progressed further in their studies reported experiences of consciousness that transcended the normal boundaries of individual identity, allowing them to perceive reality from perspectives that revealed layers of meaning and significance that remained invisible to ordinary awareness. The most advanced practitioners developed capabilities that bordered on the supernatural, demonstrating abilities to manipulate darkness in ways that complemented and sometimes surpassed the light-based magic that was more commonly practiced throughout Lordran. They could move through shadows as though they were physical passages, could communicate across vast distances through methods that did not rely on conventional means of transmission, and could perceive the true nature of beings and objects in ways that revealed truths hidden from normal observation. These developments did not go unnoticed by the authorities in Anor Londo, where reports of unusual activities in New Londo were received with growing concern by Lord Gwyn and his advisors. The Divine Ruler's initial response was to dispatch observers and investigators to determine the exact nature of what was occurring in the depths beneath his kingdom. But these emissaries found themselves unable to penetrate the subtle barriers that the awakened scholars had learned to create around their activities. The four Knights of Gwyn, when called upon to investigate the situation in New Londo, discovered that they were dealing with phenomena that challenged their understanding of how to distinguish between legitimate spiritual development and dangerous corruption. The humans they encountered in the city showed no signs of the twisted malevolence or alien influence that characterized the corrupted creatures they had faced in other contexts, yet their capabilities and the nature of their awakening clearly represented a departure from the established order that could have far-reaching implications. Artorias, during his visits to New Londo, found himself particularly troubled by what he observed in the city's depths. The practitioners of dark arts he encountered were not monsters or enemies in any conventional sense, but rather fellow humans who had discovered aspects of their own nature that resonated with forces he had been trained to combat. Their motivations appeared to be genuinely spiritual rather than malevolent. Yet the powers they were developing could potentially be turned to purposes that would threaten everything he had sworn to protect. The great wolf Sif's reactions to the awakened humans were complex and sometimes contradictory, reflecting the ambiguous nature of what they represented. His supernatural senses detected the presence of dark essence within them, but this darkness did not trigger the same warning responses that he displayed when encountering truly corrupted beings. Instead, Sif seemed to regard the practitioners with a form of respectful wariness, as though recognizing them as potentially dangerous but not inherently hostile. The situation in New Londo reached a critical juncture when the city's most advanced practitioners succeeded in making contact with entities that existed within the deepest layers of darkness, beings whose nature and intentions remained mysterious, but whose power was undeniably vast. These contacts were initially limited and carefully controlled, involving brief exchanges of knowledge and understanding that expanded the practitioners' comprehension of the forces they were working with. However, as the communications continued and deepened, it became apparent that the entities dwelling in the darkness possessed their own agenda and were not merely passive sources of knowledge waiting to be consulted by curious humans. These beings, which came to be known as the Dark Wraiths, began to exert influence over their human contacts in ways that gradually transformed the nature and goals of New Londo's spiritual community. The Dark Wraiths revealed themselves to be servants of a power that they called the Abyss, a realm of pure darkness that existed parallel to the physical world, but operated according to principles that inverted and negated the fundamental laws that governed reality under the Age of Fire. They spoke of this realm not as a place of evil or destruction, but rather as the true source and destination of all existence, the primordial state from which all things had emerged and to which they would eventually return. The awakened humans of New Londo found these revelations simultaneously terrifying and profoundly liberating, for they suggested that the limitations and constraints that had defined human existence under the Age of Fire were artificial constructs that could be transcended through proper understanding and application of dark principles. The practitioners began to see themselves not as rebels against divine authority, but as pioneers in the recovery of humanity's true heritage and potential. Under the guidance of the Dark Wraiths, the practitioners developed new techniques and rituals that allowed them to tap more directly into the power of the Abyss. These practices promised to free them from the cycles of life and death that bound ordinary mortals, granting them forms of existence that transcended the biological limitations that had always constrained human achievement and understanding. The transformation of New Londo's population accelerated as more citizens were exposed to these teachings and chose to undergo the processes of awakening that would connect them to the power of the Abyss. The city itself began to change, as the collective influence of its transformed inhabitants started to alter the very fabric of reality within its boundaries, creating zones where the normal laws of physics and causality held only tenuous sway. It was at this point that the true nature of the threat represented by New Londo's transformation became apparent to Lord Gwyn and his advisors. The city was not simply harboring dangerous dissidents or practicing forbidden arts. It had become a beachhead for forces that sought to fundamentally alter the nature of existence itself, replacing the order of the Age of Fire with something that was its perfect antithesis. The entities that the humans had contacted were revealed to be servants of the Four Kings, ancient rulers who had once been allies of Lord Gwyn, but had succumbed to the influence of the Abyss and been transformed into conduits for its power. These fallen monarchs, now existing as beings of pure darkness within the depths of the Abyss itself, were using New Londo as a gateway through which they could extend their influence into the physical world. The Four Kings had not chosen their current state willingly, but rather had been corrupted through their attempts to understand and control the dark forces that they had encountered during their own explorations of ancient mysteries. Their transformation served as a warning of what awaited any who delved too deeply into the power of the abyss without adequate preparation or protection, yet it also demonstrated the incredible might that could be gained by those willing to sacrifice their humanity for transcendence. The corruption spreading from New Londo was not random or chaotic, but followed deliberate patterns designed to maximize the influence of the abyss, while minimizing the likelihood of effective resistance from the forces of light. The awakened humans served as vectors for this influence, carrying it with them when they traveled to other parts of Lordran and spreading it through their interactions with family members and associates who had not yet undergone transformation. Lord Gwyn faced a decision that would haunt him for the remainder of his reign and beyond. The threat represented by New Londo could not be contained through conventional military means, for the awakened humans were not enemies that could be defeated in battle, but rather citizens of his own kingdom, who had been transformed by forces that operated beyond the reach of sword and spell. The scholars and advisors who surrounded the divine throne proposed various solutions, but each carried implications that challenged the fundamental principles upon which Lord Gwyn's rule was based. Some suggested that accommodation might be possible, that the awakened humans could be allowed to continue their spiritual development within carefully defined limits that would prevent the spread of corruption to the broader population. Others argued for complete suppression, recommending that New Londo be sealed off from the rest of the kingdom and its population quarantined until methods could be developed for reversing the transformation process. A third faction proposed that the city should be destroyed entirely, its population sacrificed if necessary, to prevent the spread of abyssal influence to other regions. The four knights found themselves divided in their counsel to their lord, each approaching the crisis from perspectives shaped by their individual experiences and understanding of the forces involved. Ornstein advocated for direct military intervention, arguing that the longer they delayed decisive action, the stronger the forces of corruption would become, and the more difficult they would be to contain or eliminate. Goff urged caution and careful study, suggesting that they needed to better understand the nature of what they were dealing with before committing to irreversible courses of action. His wisdom counseled against hasty decisions that might create unintended consequences more dangerous than the original problem. Ciaran supported whatever decision Lord Gwyn would make, but privately expressed concerns about the moral implications of taking action against humans who had committed no crimes beyond seeking knowledge and spiritual development. Her assassin's training had prepared her to eliminate threats to the kingdom, but she struggled with the idea of targeting people whose only offense was pursuing understanding of their own nature. Artorias found himself torn between his duty to protect the innocent and his growing recognition that the situation in New Londo represented something more complex than simple corruption or rebellion. His encounters with the awakened humans had revealed them to be genuinely spiritual seekers rather than malevolent cultists, yet the forces they were consorting with clearly posed existential threats to everything he had sworn to defend. The debate within the highest councils of Anor Londo continued for weeks while the situation in New Londo continued to evolve and spread. Reports arrived daily of new manifestations of abyssal influence in communities throughout Lordran, each incident confirming that the corruption was indeed spreading beyond its original source and threatening to transform the entire kingdom if left unchecked. The decisive moment came when Lord Gwyn himself descended into the depths to confront the four kings directly, seeking to understand their intentions and determine whether any form of peaceful resolution might be possible. What he discovered in that meeting convinced him that no compromise or accommodation could be reached with entities that had been so completely transformed by their contact with the abyss. The four kings no longer possessed individual identities or personalities in any recognizable sense. having been merged into a collective consciousness that served as an extension of the abyss itself. They spoke with voices that carried the weight of primordial darkness, offering Lord Gwyn visions of a world transformed where the limitations of the Age of Fire would be swept away and replaced by an existence of unlimited possibility and power. Yet Lord Gwyn's divine perception allowed him to see through these seductive visions to the reality that lay beneath them. The world that the four kings described would indeed be free from the constraints that defined existence under the Age of Fire, but it would also be devoid of the stability and order that made civilization possible. The unlimited possibilities they promised would come at the cost of meaning and purpose, creating a reality where nothing mattered because everything was equally achievable and therefore equally worthless. The choice that Lord Gwyn made in that moment would echo through the ages as one of the most tragic and necessary decisions in the history of Lordran. He realized that New Londo could not be saved or reformed, that the corruption had progressed too far for any reversal or containment to be possible through conventional means. The only way to prevent the spread of abyssal influence to the rest of his kingdom was to ensure that nothing could ever leave the city alive. The plan that was developed in the aftermath of this realization was as brilliant as it was horrifying, a solution that would contain the threat permanently, but at a cost that would weigh upon the conscience of everyone involved for the rest of their existence. New Londo would be flooded, its entire population drowned beneath waters that would be sealed and cursed to prevent any possibility of escape or resurrection. The execution of this plan required the cooperation of the most powerful sorcerers in Lord Gwyn's service, individuals whose mastery of elemental magic allowed them to redirect entire rivers and create barriers that could contain supernatural forces. These sealers, as they came to be known, understood the magnitude of what they were being asked to do and the moral implications of their participation in what amounted to the deliberate genocide of an entire city. Yet they also understood that the alternative, allowing the abyssal corruption to spread unchecked throughout Lordran, would result in suffering and destruction on an even greater scale. The sacrifice of New Londo's population, terrible as it was, represented the lesser of two evils when measured against the potential consequences of inaction. Artorias' role in the flooding of New Londo would remain one of the most painful memories of his entire career as one of Lord Gwyn's champions. His task was to ensure that none of the city's inhabitants could escape during the crucial period when the floodwaters were rising, a duty that forced him to stand guard over a population that he had been trained to protect while they drowned beneath the weight of divine judgment. The Great Knight's presence during those final hours served a dual purpose, for his divine light provided some protection against the abyssal influences that grew stronger as the transformed humans faced their mortality, and called upon their dark patrons for salvation. Yet no power could truly shield him from the psychological impact of witnessing the deaths of thousands of innocent souls, many of whom had been guilty of nothing more than intellectual curiosity and spiritual seeking. Sif remained at his master's side throughout this ordeal, the Great Wolf's supernatural senses allowing him to detect attempts by dark wraiths and other abyssal entities to intervene in the flooding process. Together, Knight and Wolf formed an unbreakable barrier that prevented any possibility of rescue or escape, ensuring that the sacrifice of New Londo would achieve its intended purpose of containing the corruption permanently. The creation of the seal that would maintain the floodwaters and prevent the resurrection of New Londo's drowned population required the sacrifice of the sealers themselves, their life force becoming the binding force that would maintain the magical barriers for centuries to come. These noble sorcerers gave their lives willingly, understanding that their sacrifice was necessary to preserve the stability of the Age of Fire and protect future generations from the threat of abyssal corruption. The psychological impact of participating in New Londo's destruction affected each of the 4 knights differently, yet all of them were changed by the experience in ways that would shape their approaches to future challenges. They had learned that sometimes the protection of innocence requires actions that seem to contradict the very values they were fighting to preserve, that the greater good might demand sacrifices that individual consciences find difficult to accept. For Artorias in particular, the flooding of New Londo represented his first direct confrontation with the power of the Abyss on such a massive scale, an experience that provided him with insights into the nature of this ancient force that would prove crucial in the trials that lay ahead. He had witnessed firsthand how seductive and corrupting the promise of transcendence through darkness could be, how even well-intentioned humans could become willing servants of forces that sought to destroy everything they claimed to love. The techniques and knowledge he had developed for protecting himself against abyssal influence during the final hours of New Londo's existence became the foundation for the more advanced protective magics he would later employ in his Beasel role as the Abyss Walker. The silver pendant that would become one of his most recognizable possessions had its origins in the protective charms he had worn during the city's flooding, items that had been blessed with divine light specifically to ward off the corruption that emanated from dying dark wraiths. The sealed ruins of New Londo became a monument to the tragic necessity of sacrificing the few to preserve the many, a reminder that even the most noble causes sometimes require actions that challenge the moral frameworks that give meaning to the struggle itself. The still waters that covered the city's highest spires served as both grave marker and warning, a visible sign of what could happen when humanity delved too deeply into mysteries that were better left unexplored. Yet the flooding of New Londo also represented a victory for the forces of order and stability, proof that the Age of Fire possessed the strength and determination necessary to defend itself against existential threats regardless of the personal cost to those who served its cause. The sacrifice had been terrible, but it had achieved its intended purpose of containing the abyssal corruption and preventing its spread to other regions of Lordran. The 4 kings, deprived of their human servants and cut off from direct access to the physical world, remained trapped within the sealed ruins where they would continue to exist as beings of pure darkness until some future crisis might require their final destruction. Their defeat represented not just a tactical victory but a moral one as well, demonstrating that the seductive promises of transcendence through corruption could be resisted and overcome through unity of purpose and willingness to make difficult sacrifices. For Lord Gwyn himself, the decision to flood New Londo marked a turning point in his understanding of the responsibilities that came with divine authority. He had been forced to choose between competing moral imperatives, to weigh the value of individual lives against the preservation of the cosmic order that sustained all existence. The choice he made was correct from a strategic perspective, but it carried with it a burden of guilt and sorrow that would influence all of his subsequent decisions as ruler of the gods. The flooding of New Londo thus became both ending and beginning, the conclusion of one chapter in the ongoing struggle between light and darkness, and the opening of another that would demand even greater sacrifices from those who served the cause of order. The lessons learned in the depths beneath Lordran would prove invaluable in the trials that lay ahead, yet they would also serve as constant reminders of the price that must sometimes be paid to preserve the light that gave meaning and purpose to existence itself. In the years that followed, pilgrims would sometimes venture to the edge of the sealed waters to pay their respects to the drowned city and its inhabitants, offering prayers for souls that had been lost in the service of a cause greater than their individual lives. These vigils served as both remembrance and warning, ensuring that the sacrifice of New Londo would not be forgotten, and that future generations would understand the vigilance required to maintain the delicate balance between exploration and corruption, between progress and preservation, between the light that sustained them and the darkness that forever threatened to consume everything they held dear. In the deepest chambers of Anor Londo, where the eternal light of the first flame cast shadows that seemed to hold secrets older than memory itself, Lord Gwyn convened a council of his most trusted advisors and greatest champions to address a threat that had begun to manifest with increasing frequency throughout his realm. The reports arriving from the farthest reaches of Lordran spoke of corruption that was more pervasive and dangerous than anything they had encountered since the flooding of New Londo, manifestations of abyssal influence that suggested the ancient darkness was finding new ways to breach the barriers that had been constructed to contain it. The tragedy that had befallen New Londo had taught them all harsh lessons about the price of allowing such corruption to take root and spread unchecked. Yet the current crisis was different in scope and nature from what they had faced before. Where the corruption of New Londo had been concentrated in a single location and could be contained through the desperate expedient of drowning an entire city, the new manifestations were appearing simultaneously across multiple regions, suggesting that the Abyss had learned to adapt its strategies in response to the defensive measures that had been employed against it. The four knights, bearing the weight of their experiences in the depths beneath Lordran, brought to this council not just their martial prowess, but hard-won understanding of how the forces of darkness operated and what measures might prove effective against them. Their individual reports painted a picture of an enemy that was patient and cunning, capable of learning from previous defeats and developing new approaches that exploited weaknesses in the defenses that protected the Age of Fire. Artorias, whose encounters with abyssal corruption had been the most extensive and direct among the knights, served as the primary source of intelligence about the nature of the threat they faced. His observations during the New Londo crisis had revealed that the corruption was not simply a matter of foreign influence imposed upon unwilling victims, but rather represented the awakening of potentials that existed naturally within human souls, dark aspects of their nature that could be cultivated and strengthened under the proper conditions. This understanding had profound implications for how they might approach the current crisis, for it suggested that conventional military solutions would be inadequate to address a problem that was essentially spiritual in nature. The corruption could not be destroyed from the outside through the application of superior force, but would need to be confronted and overcome from within by individuals who possessed the knowledge and power necessary to resist its influence while working to cleanse affected areas. The great wolf Sif, whose supernatural senses had proven invaluable in detecting the presence of abyssal corruption, had also undergone changes during their previous encounters with these dark forces. The bond between knight and wolf had deepened in ways that transcended their original partnership, creating connections that operated on levels beyond normal understanding and allowed them to share insights and perceptions that neither could achieve alone. These developments had not gone unnoticed by the scholars and sages who advised Lord Gwyn, for they recognized that Artorias and his companion were evolving in response to their exposure to forces that had corrupted or destroyed lesser beings. The knight's natural resistance to the influence of darkness, combined with his absolute dedication to protecting the innocent, made him uniquely qualified to undertake missions that would be suicidal for others to attempt. It was from this recognition that the proposal emerged for creating the most ambitious and dangerous piece of protective magic that had ever been attempted in the Age of Fire. The Covenant Ring, that would eventually allow Artorias to walk unprotected through the deepest manifestations of abyssal corruption, would require the combined efforts of the greatest sorcerers and artificers in Lord Gwyn's service, working with materials and techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was considered possible within the established laws of magical practice. The theoretical foundation for such a protective device had existed for centuries in the most ancient and restricted texts that were housed in Anor Londo's greatest libraries, but the practical requirements for its creation were so demanding that no previous attempt at construction had ever been seriously considered. The ring would need to contain and focus divine light with such intensity that it could create a permanent barrier against corruption while remaining small enough to be worn without hindering the bearer's ability to fight and move freely. More challenging still were the metaphysical requirements that would determine whether the protective magic could function as intended. The wearer would need to possess not just physical courage and martial skill, but spiritual purity and strength of will, sufficient to maintain the barrier even when surrounded by forces specifically designed to corrupt and overwhelm such protections. The ring would amplify and focus the bearer's own inner light. But if that light proved insufficient or wavered at crucial moments, the protective barrier would fail and leave the wearer defensively naked against corruption that could destroy both body and soul. The materials required for the ring's construction could not be obtained through conventional means, for they needed to possess properties that existed at the intersection of the physical and spiritual realms. The metal itself would need to be forged from elements that had been touched by divine fire without being consumed by it, substances that retained the memory of their contact with ultimate purity, while maintaining enough flexibility to be shaped into functional form. The primary component was to be silver that had been blessed in the heart of the first flame itself, a process that required the cooperation of Lord Gwyn personally, and could only be attempted during specific celestial alignments when the barriers between different planes of existence were at their most permeable. This blessed silver would form the ring's basic structure, providing the foundation upon which all other protections would be built. The secondary materials were even more exotic and difficult to obtain, requiring expeditions to locations throughout Lordran where traces of primordial powers could still be found and harvested. Crystals that had formed in caverns where dragon's blood had pooled during the ancient wars were needed to focus and direct the ring's protective energies. Fragments of bone from creatures that had died in service to the light were required to anchor the magic in concepts of sacrifice and dedication that would resonate with the bearer's own commitment to duty. Perhaps most crucial of all were the tears of beings who had witnessed the corruption of loved ones yet had maintained their own purity despite overwhelming grief and loss. These tears, crystallized through exposure to divine light and preserved in vessels that had never known contact with darkness, would provide the emotional resonance necessary to sustain the ring's protections during moments when despair and horror might otherwise overcome the wearer's resolve. The rituals required to combine these materials into a functional protective device were as complex as they were dangerous, for they involved manipulating forces that could easily destroy the craftsman if their concentration wavered or their understanding proved incomplete. The work had to be conducted in chambers that had been specially prepared with wards and protections that could contain the energies being unleashed. Yet even these precautions could not eliminate all risk to those involved in the construction process. The master artificer chosen to oversee the ring's creation was an ancient being whose knowledge of protective magic predated even the Age of Fire itself. A craftsman who had learned his art during the grey days when survival required understanding of forces that operated according to principles fundamentally different from those that governed the current era. His participation in the project was secured only after extensive negotiations that required Lord Gwyn to make commitments and concessions that would have implications for centuries to come. The forging process itself required the sustained effort of multiple teams working in carefully coordinated shifts, for the energies involved could not be safely maintained for extended periods without causing dangerous instabilities in the surrounding space. Each phase of construction built upon the previous work, while introducing new complexities that tested the limits of what even the most skilled practitioners could achieve. The initial shaping of the blessed silver required techniques that had been developed specifically for working with materials that existed partially outside normal physical laws. The metal had to be heated using flames that burned with spiritual rather than elemental fire, shaped with tools that could manipulate substance and concept simultaneously, and cooled in baths of liquid starlight that had been collected during specific astronomical events. The embedding of the focusing crystals demanded precision that exceeded anything previously attempted in the field of protective magic, for each crystal had to be positioned not just in the correct physical location, but also in perfect alignment with the spiritual forces that would flow through the completed ring. A mistake in placement measured in fractions of degrees could result in catastrophic failure that would destroy not just the ring but potentially the entire workshop and everyone within it. The incorporation of the crystallized tears presented challenges that were as much emotional as technical, for the artificers had to maintain perfect empathy with the grief and loss that the tears represented while simultaneously avoiding being overwhelmed by the intensity of suffering they contained. This phase of construction required the presence of clergy and counselors who could provide spiritual support to the craftsmen as they worked with materials that carried the concentrated essence of some of the most profound tragedies in town Hamsays of the history of Lordran. The final phase of the ring's creation involved the inscription of protective runes that would bind all the disparate elements into a unified whole, capable of generating and maintaining the barrier that would shield the wearer from abyssal corruption. These runes were not merely symbolic representations of protective concepts, but rather living expressions of divine will, inscriptions that would continue to draw power directly from the first flame itself, as long as the ring remained intact and its bearer remained worthy of its protection. The completion of the Covenant Ring marked the culmination of months of intensive work by the greatest magical minds in Lord Gwyn's service. Yet the creation of the protective device was only the first step in preparing Artorias for the missions that would require its use. The ring's power, while formidable, was not infinite, and its effectiveness would depend largely upon the spiritual preparation and training of the one who would wear it. The knight would need to undergo initiation processes that would attune his consciousness to the specific frequencies of divine light that the ring channeled, aligning his mental and spiritual processes with the protective magic in ways that would allow for seamless integration between his own capabilities and the enhancement provided by the artifact. This attunement required meditation practices and ritual observances that drew upon the most ancient traditions of spiritual development within the orthodox faith of the Age of Fire. More challenging still were the physical modifications that would be required to allow Artorias' body to serve as a conduit for the divine energies that the ring would channel through him. His armor would need to be redesigned and re-enchanted to work in harmony with the protective device rather than interfering with its function, while his weapons would require similar modifications to ensure that they could effectively channel the enhanced power without being damaged by energies they had not been designed to contain. The great sword that Artorias carried into battle presented particular challenges for the artificers who worked to integrate it with the Covenant Ring's protective systems. The blade had been forged using traditional techniques that were perfectly suited for channeling the knight's natural abilities, but the addition of the ring's power created new requirements that pushed the weapon beyond its original design parameters. The solution involved a process of spiritual reforging that preserved the sword's essential character while enhancing its capacity to serve as a focus for divine light. The metal was treated with blessings and enchantments that would allow it to conduct the ring's power without being overwhelmed by energies that could have melted lesser weapons, while the blade's edge was honed, using techniques that sharpened not just the physical cutting surface, but also its ability to sever the spiritual bonds that held corrupted beings together. Sif's preparation for their enhanced partnership required different but equally intensive modifications. for the great wolf would need to be able to operate effectively in environments where the very air was saturated with abyssal corruption that could prove lethal to beings who lacked adequate protection. The magical defenses that had served him well in previous encounters would be insufficient for the trials that lay ahead, requiring the development of new protective measures that could shield him from influences that operated on levels beyond physical reality. The solution came in the form of a collar that incorporated many of the same principles used in creating Artorias' covenant ring, though scaled and modified to accommodate the wolf's different physiology and spiritual nature. This protective device would create a barrier around Sif that would allow him to accompany his master into the deepest manifestations of corruption, while maintaining the clarity of thought and purity of purpose that made their partnership so effective. The collar's creation required careful study of the bond between knight and wolf, for the protective magic had to be designed to work in harmony with their telepathic connection rather than interfering with the communication that was essential to their coordinated fighting style. The artificers discovered that the spiritual link between Artorias and Sif could actually be used to strengthen both of their defenses, creating a feedback loop that made their combined protection greater than the sum of its individual components. The training regimen that Artorias undertook to prepare for wearing the Covenant Ring was unlike anything he had previously experienced, combining physical conditioning with spiritual development in ways that tested every aspect of his character and capabilities. He would need to learn not just how to use the ring's power, but how to maintain the moral and spiritual purity that would keep its protection active, even when faced with corruption designed specifically to exploit the weaknesses and vulnerabilities that existed within every soul. The meditative practices that became part of his daily routine involved contemplation of concepts and principles that challenged his understanding of the nature of good and evil, light and darkness, order and chaos. He was required to examine his own motivations and desires with ruthless honesty, identifying and confronting any aspects of his character that might provide openings for corrupting influences to exploit. These spiritual exercises were supplemented by physical trials that pushed his endurance and pain tolerance beyond anything he had previously experienced. For the Covenant Ring's power came at a cost that would manifest as constant strain on both his body and spirit. The divine light that the ring channeled was not naturally suited for mortal flesh, and maintaining the barrier it created would require him to function at levels of performance that approached the superhuman. The testing of the completed Covenant Ring and its integration with Artorias' enhanced equipment took place in controlled environments, where the artificers could monitor the magical systems and make adjustments as necessary. These trials revealed that the protective device functioned as intended, creating barriers that could indeed shield the wearer from direct exposure to abyssal corruption, but they also demonstrated the tremendous demands that its use would place upon the one who wore it. The ring's power drew directly from the wearer's life force, using the bearer's own spiritual energy as the foundation upon which its protections were built. This meant that extended use would inevitably result in exhaustion and potentially permanent damage to the wearer's essence, creating a situation where the knight would be racing against time to complete his missions before the protective device consumed more of his life than his enemies could claim. More troubling still were the psychological effects that wearing the ring produced, for the constant flow of divine light through his consciousness created alterations in perception and understanding that could be as disorienting as they were enlightening. Artorias found himself able to perceive layers of reality that had previously been invisible to him, seeing the spiritual dimensions of existence with clarity that revealed both the beauty and horror that lay hidden beneath the surface of ordinary experience. These enhanced perceptions provided valuable tactical advantages when dealing with corrupted beings and abyssal influences, but they also exposed him to psychological stresses that could prove as dangerous as any physical threat he might encounter. The knowledge of what lay hidden in the dark corners of existence, of the true extent of the corruption that threatened all life in Lordran, carried with it a burden of awareness that could crush the spirit of anyone not possessed of absolute dedication to their cause. The final preparations for Artorias' role as the Abyss Walker involved ceremonies and rituals that formally consecrated him to his new purpose, while binding the Covenant Ring permanently to his being in ways that could not be easily reversed. These rites were attended by Lord Gwyn himself, along with the highest-ranking members of his court, for they represented not just the enhancement of a single knight, but the creation of a new form of champion, specifically designed to combat threats that conventional forces could not hope to overcome. The ceremony itself took place in the most sacred chamber of Anor Londo, where the proximity to the first flame allowed for the kind of spiritual intensity that would be required to complete the binding process. As the ancient words were spoken and the ritual actions performed, those present could feel the fundamental change that was occurring within Artorias, as his essence was permanently altered by his acceptance of the Covenant Ring's power. The transformation was not merely magical but spiritual in the deepest sense, creating connections between the knight and the divine forces that sustained the Age of Fire that would endure as long as he maintained his dedication to protecting the innocent from corruption. He had become something more than human yet less than divine, a being whose existence was dedicated to serving as a bridge between the realm of mortal understanding and the cosmic forces that shaped reality itself. The other Knights of Gwyn, witnessing this transformation of their brother in arms, understood that they were seeing the birth of something unprecedented in the history of their order. Artorias had accepted burdens and responsibilities that went beyond anything they had previously been asked to bear, committing himself to missions that would require him to venture into realms where the very concepts of heroism and sacrifice would be tested against forces that sought to corrupt and destroy the meanings that gave their service purpose. Ornstein, whose leadership had guided them through so many successful campaigns, recognized that Artorias' new role would require forms of support and understanding that went beyond conventional military cooperation. The enhanced knight would need to know that his fellow champions remained committed to their shared cause even when his duties took him to places where they could not follow, that their brotherhood remained intact even when the nature of his service separated him from their daily fellowship. Goff's wisdom proved invaluable in helping the group understand the implications of what Artorias had undertaken, for the giant archer's philosophical nature allowed him to grasp the spiritual dimensions of the Covenant Ring's power in ways that might have escaped more practically minded observers. He became the keeper of knowledge about the Ring's capabilities and limitations, serving as advisor and counselor for missions that would require careful planning and deep understanding of the forces involved. Kiaran's reaction to her beloved's transformation was complex and deeply personal, for she understood better than anyone else the magnitude of the sacrifice that Artorias had made in accepting the Covenant Ring's power. Her love for him made her acutely aware of the costs that his enhanced abilities would exact, yet her dedication to their shared cause prevented her from attempting to dissuade him from accepting responsibilities that only he could fulfill. The bond between Artorias and Sif deepened further during this period of preparation and transformation, for the Great Wolf's protective collar created spiritual connections that enhanced their existing telepathic link while providing new forms of mutual support that would prove essential during the trials ahead. They had become more than knight and companion, more even than the legendary partnership they had represented during their earlier adventures. Together, they embodied a new form of heroism that was specifically designed to confront and overcome the forces of corruption that threatened to destroy everything the Age of Fire had accomplished. Their enhanced abilities came at costs that would test their dedication to their cause in ways that conventional battles never could, yet their commitment to protecting the innocent remained as absolute as ever, despite the personal prices they would be required to pay. The covenant ring that now adorned Artorias' hand represented both the pinnacle of protective magic achieved during the Age of Fire and a symbol of the desperate measures that were becoming necessary to preserve the light against encroaching darkness. It was a weapon forged, not just from precious materials and divine power, but from the willing sacrifice of those who understood that some battles could only be won by warriors, prepared to risk everything in service of ideals greater than their own survival. As the preparations drew to their conclusion, and the time approached for Artorias to begin his enhanced service as the Abyss Walker, all involved understood that they had participated in something that would be remembered long after the immediate crisis had passed. They had created not just a more powerful champion, but a new form of heroism itself, one that accepted the burden of confronting ultimate darkness with the understanding that victory might require sacrifices that would transform the victor as much as it defeated the enemy. The stage was now set for trials that would test everything they had learned about courage and dedication, loyalty and sacrifice, the nature of good and evil, and the price that must sometimes be paid to preserve the light that gave meaning to existence itself. The Abyss Walker was ready to begin his most important mission, armed with protections that had never before been attempted and supported by bonds of fellowship that had been forged in the fires of shared struggle and mutual devotion. In the furthest reaches of Lord Gwyn's domain, where the influence of divine light grew thin and ancient mysteries whispered in languages that predated the Age of Fire itself, there lay a kingdom that had achieved a harmony between mortal ambition and mystical understanding, unlike anything else in all of Lordran. Ulasil stood as a testament to the possibilities that could emerge when human intellect was guided by wisdom rather than mere curiosity, when the pursuit of knowledge was tempered by respect for forces that transcended mortal comprehension. The kingdom had risen to prominence not through conquest or divine favor, but through the careful cultivation of magical arts that drew their power from sources older and more subtle than the flames that illuminated Anor Londo's towers. The sorcerers of Ulasil had learned to work with the natural flows of energy that coursed through the earth itself, channeling these currents into spells and enchantments that enhanced rather than dominated the world around them. Their capital city was a marvel of architecture that seemed to grow organically from the landscape itself, its spires and halls constructed from living wood that had been persuaded rather than forced into the shapes that human habitation required. The great trees that formed the foundation of Ulasil's buildings continued to grow and change throughout the centuries, their branches extending and interweaving to create new chambers and passages as the city's needs evolved. The royal wood that surrounded the city was more than mere forest, having been shaped through generations of careful cultivation into a living library where knowledge was preserved, not in written texts, but in the memories of ancient trees, whose roots reached deep enough to touch the fundamental forces that shaped reality. Scholars from throughout Lordran would journey to Ulasil to consult with these arboreal repositories of wisdom, seeking answers to questions that could not be found in conventional sources. The crown jewel of Ulasil's achievements was the sanctuary that housed Princess Dusk, the kingdom's ruler and the most gifted practitioner of their unique form of sorcery. The princess herself was a figure of ethereal beauty whose mastery of light-based magic had earned her recognition, even in the divine halls of Anor Londo, though her power drew not from the first flame, but from more ancient sources that had illuminated the world before gods walked among mortals. Princess Dusk's magic worked through principles of harmony and balance, creating effects that seemed to bend the laws of nature without breaking them, persuading reality to adopt new configurations, rather than forcing changes through raw application of power. Her spells could heal wounds by convincing flesh to remember its proper form, could illuminate darkness by awakening the natural luminescence that existed within all living things, could transport objects across vast distances by folding space until distant locations touched. The court that surrounded Princess Dusk was composed of scholars and sages whose understanding of mystical principles had elevated them beyond the limitations that constrained ordinary practitioners of magic. These individuals had spent lifetimes studying the connections between consciousness and reality, learning to perceive and manipulate the subtle forces that most sorcerers could only glimpse during moments of exceptional inspiration. Their research had led them to conclusions that challenged many of the fundamental assumptions upon which conventional magical practice was based, revealing that the power attributed to spells and incantations actually originated within the minds of the practitioners themselves, that external rituals and components served primarily to focus and direct capabilities that were inherent in consciousness itself. This understanding had profound implications for the development of Ulasyle's magical traditions, for it suggested that the limits on what sorcery could achieve were largely self-imposed, created by practitioners' beliefs about what was possible, rather than by any fundamental constraints in the nature of reality. The sorcerers of Ulasyle had learned to expand their conceptual boundaries, exploring forms of magic that other kingdoms would have dismissed as impossible or heretical. Yet for all their achievements and the harmony they had created within their forest realm, the scholars of Ulasyle shared the intellectual curiosity that characterized humanity throughout the Age of Fire. They were not content to rest upon their accomplishments, but continued to push the boundaries of their understanding, seeking knowledge that would allow them to achieve even greater mastery over the forces that shaped existence. It was this drive for ever deeper understanding that would ultimately prove to be both their greatest strength and the source of their most terrible vulnerability. The same intellectual courage that had allowed them to develop their unique magical traditions also led some among them to investigate phenomena that wiser minds might have recognized as too dangerous for mortal comprehension. The first signs of trouble appeared in the reports that began to filter in from the deep excavations that Ulasyle's scholars had undertaken in the ancient ruins that lay buried beneath their forest realm. These archaeological expeditions had been motivated by theories, suggesting that the sources of their magical power might be connected to civilizations that had flourished in the region before the rise of the current age, cultures whose understanding of mystical principles might have surpassed even their own considerable achievements. The ruins they discovered exceeded their most optimistic expectations, revealing chambers and passages that had been carved from living stone using techniques that defied explanation even by their advanced standards. The walls were covered with inscriptions written in languages that seemed to shift and change when observed directly, symbols that conveyed meaning, not through conventional writing, but through direct transmission of concepts into the minds of those who gazed upon them. More intriguing still were the artifacts that the excavations unearthed, objects whose purposes remained mysterious, but whose power was immediately apparent to anyone with the sensitivity to perceive magical emanations. These ancient relics seemed to resonate with frequencies that existed below the normal threshold of human awareness, creating harmonics that could induce altered states of consciousness in those who spent extended periods in their proximity. The scholarly community of Ulasyle responded to these discoveries with the enthusiasm that characterized their approach to all forms of new knowledge, organizing research teams and establishing protocols for the systematic study of the ancient materials. Their initial investigations were conducted with appropriate caution, for they understood that they were dealing with forces whose nature and potential dangers were not yet fully understood. However, as their research progressed and yielded insights that seemed to open entirely new avenues for magical development, the temptation to accelerate their investigations began to override their natural prudence. The ancient artifacts appeared to offer shortcuts to forms of power that might otherwise require centuries of careful study to achieve, while the inscriptions hinted at knowledge that could revolutionize their understanding of consciousness and reality. The breakthrough that changed everything came when the research teams succeeded in deciphering portions of the ancient texts that described techniques for directly accessing and manipulating what the inscriptions referred to as the primordial humanity that lay dormant within mortal souls. These passages suggested that the power attributed to various forms of magic actually originated from this deeper source, that what sorcerers thought of as external forces were actually projections of capabilities that existed within themselves. The implications of this discovery were staggering, for it meant that the limits that had constrained magical practice throughout history were artificial constructions that could be transcended by anyone with sufficient understanding of their own true nature. The scholars of Ulasil began to see themselves not as students seeking knowledge from external sources, but as repositories of power that needed only to be awakened and properly directed. The techniques described in the ancient texts involved meditation practices and ritual procedures that were designed to strip away the illusions and self-imposed limitations that prevented direct access to this primordial essence. The early experiments with these methods produced results that exceeded even the most optimistic projections, granting participants enhanced abilities that seemed to operate according to principles entirely different from conventional sorcery. Those who underwent the awakening process reported experiences of consciousness that transcended individual identity, allowing them to perceive reality from perspectives that revealed hidden connections and possibilities that remained invisible to ordinary awareness. They spoke of touching something vast and ancient that had existed within them all along, a source of power that was both intimately personal and cosmically universal. The transformation of the practitioners was not merely psychological, but manifested in physical and mystical capabilities that defied easy categorization. They could manipulate matter and energy with thought alone, could perceive events occurring in distant locations, could communicate across vast distances without relying on conventional means of transmission. Most remarkably of all, they seemed to have gained access to forms of knowledge that transcended anything that could be learned through normal study or experience. They spoke with authority about the true nature of the cosmos, about the hidden history of civilizations that had existed before recorded time, about forces and entities that dwelt in dimensions parallel to the physical world. As word of these achievements spread throughout Ulasil's scholarly community, more researchers sought to undergo the awakening process and gain access to the enhanced capabilities it provided. The techniques were refined and systematized, creating protocols that promised to make the transformation accessible to anyone with sufficient dedication and intellectual preparation. Yet, even as the number of awakened practitioners grew and their collective understanding of the ancient knowledge expanded, subtle signs began to appear that suggested the transformation process was not entirely benign. The enhanced individuals, while clearly more capable than their unawakened colleagues, also began to display personality changes that were initially dismissed as natural consequences of their expanded awareness. The awakened scholars became increasingly detached from the concerns and relationships that had previously given meaning to their lives, viewing their former interests and attachments as childish preoccupations that had been transcended through their spiritual evolution. They spoke of ordinary human emotions and motivations with a clinical detachment that suggested they no longer fully understood or valued the experiences that defined normal existence. More troubling still were the changes in their fundamental attitudes toward knowledge and power, for they began to view themselves as beings who had transcended the moral and ethical constraints that governed ordinary mortals. They spoke of concepts like compassion and mercy as evolutionary artifacts that were no longer relevant to beings who had achieved true understanding of reality's underlying principles. The research projects that the awakened scholars initiated became increasingly esoteric and divorced from practical applications that might benefit their kingdom or its people. They seemed driven by pure intellectual curiosity that recognized no boundaries or limitations, pursuing knowledge for its own sake without regard for the potential consequences of their discoveries. Princess Dusk, whose wisdom and magical sensitivity made her more aware than most of the subtle changes occurring within her kingdom, began to express concerns about the direction that the research was taking. Her own mystical abilities allowed her to perceive the spiritual transformations that were affecting the awakened scholars, revealing alterations in their essential nature that went beyond simple enhancement of existing capabilities. The princess could see that something fundamental was being lost in the awakening process, that the scholars were gaining power at the cost of qualities that had previously defined their humanity. The compassion and empathy that had once motivated their research were being replaced by cold intellectual detachment, while their connections to family and community were withering as their focus turned increasingly inward toward the ancient knowledge they were absorbing. Yet when Princess Dusk attempted to share her concerns with the awakened scholars, she found that they were no longer capable of understanding her perspective or taking her warnings seriously. They viewed her attachment to conventional human values as evidence that she had not yet achieved the level of spiritual development necessary to appreciate the true significance of their discoveries. The situation reached a critical juncture when the research teams announced their intention to accelerate the awakening process by directly accessing the source from which the ancient knowledge originated. The texts they had deciphered contained references to a being of immense power and wisdom that was described as the progenitor of the primordial humanity that existed within all mortal souls. This entity, which the ancient inscriptions referred to only through titles and epithets that conveyed reverence tinged with fear, was said to dwell in depths so profound that it existed partially outside the normal flow of time and space. The texts suggested that direct contact with this being would provide access to forms of knowledge and power that would elevate the practitioners to levels of existence comparable to the gods themselves. The awakened scholars interpreted these references as describing a beneficent source of wisdom that had been waiting throughout the ages for mortals to develop sufficient understanding to communicate with it directly. They saw themselves as the culmination of an evolutionary process that had been building toward this moment of contact. The first generation of humans who had achieved the spiritual development necessary to commune with forces that had shaped the cosmos itself. The ritual procedures required for establishing contact with this ancient entity were complex beyond anything that had previously been attempted in Ulasail, involving the combined efforts of all the awakened scholars working in perfect coordination to breach the barriers that separated their realm from the dimensions where their target existed. The preparations required months of careful planning and the construction of specialized facilities that could contain and direct the energies that would be unleashed during the contact attempt. Yet even as the awakened scholars worked with feverish dedication to prepare for their ultimate experiment, the very foundations of their kingdom were already beginning to show signs of instability. The enhanced abilities that the practitioners had gained were not drawing their power from renewable sources, but were instead consuming something essential from the realm itself, creating distortions in the natural order that grew more pronounced with each passing day. The great trees that formed the living architecture of Ulasail's buildings began to show signs of disease and decay that could not be explained through conventional understanding of plant pathology. Their leaves turned colors that had no names in any mortal language, while their bark began to weep substances that caused the ground beneath them to crack and crumble. The royal wood that surrounded the capital experienced similar transformations, with entire groves withering overnight, while others grew wild and strange, taking on forms that seemed to follow alien principles of biology. The ancient repositories of knowledge that had been preserved in the memories of the oldest trees became corrupted, their wisdom replaced by information that was accurate but carried implications too terrible for mortal minds to contemplate safely. Most disturbing of all were the changes that began to affect the population of Ulasail itself, as exposure to the increasingly unstable magical environment started to alter ordinary citizens in ways that mirrored but exceeded the transformations undergone by the awakened scholars. These involuntary changes were not guided by knowledge or understanding, but occurred randomly and chaotically, creating beings whose enhanced capabilities were matched by corresponding losses of sanity and humanity. Princess Dusk, witnessing the deterioration of everything she had worked to protect and preserve, made desperate attempts to halt the research before the final ritual could be completed. Her warnings about the dangers of proceeding with the contact attempt were dismissed by the awakened scholars, who had become so convinced of their own superior understanding that they could no longer recognize wisdom that came from sources other than their ancient texts. The princess's pleas for caution were interpreted as evidence of fear and spiritual inadequacy rather than legitimate concerns based on careful observation of the changes affecting her kingdom. The awakened scholars had become incapable of considering the possibility that their understanding might be incomplete or that their interpretation of the ancient knowledge might be fundamentally flawed. It was in this atmosphere of intellectual arrogance and willful blindness that the final preparations for the contact ritual were completed, setting the stage for a catastrophe that would transform Ulasail from a beacon of enlightened scholarship into a realm of horror that would require the intervention of the greatest heroes of the age to contain. The awakened scholars, convinced that they stood on the threshold of the greatest discovery in human history, began their ultimate experiment with confidence that bordered on euphoria. They had no understanding of what they were actually about to unleash, no comprehension of the true nature of the entity they sought to contact, no awareness that their actions would trigger a transformation that would consume not just themselves, but everything they had ever loved or valued. The ancient being whose attention they sought to attract was indeed the source of the primordial humanity that existed within mortal souls. But it was not the benevolent teacher they imagined. This entity had been imprisoned in the depths for reasons that the scholar's fragmentary understanding of the ancient texts had not revealed, bound by powers that recognized the existential threat it represented to all life and consciousness in the physical realm. The contact ritual succeeded beyond the scholar's wildest expectations, breaking through barriers that had been maintained for eons and establishing a direct connection between their realm and the prison that contained one of the most dangerous forces in existence. Yet the moment of contact brought not enlightenment but corruption on a scale that dwarfed anything that had been witnessed since the earliest days of the Age of Fire. The entity they had awakened was Manus, Father of the Abyss, whose very existence represented the negation of everything that the Age of Fire had accomplished. His consciousness was a void that consumed light and meaning, a darkness so profound that contact with it transformed everything it touched into extensions of its own terrible emptiness. The awakened scholars who had initiated the contact were the first to be consumed, their enhanced consciousness making them more vulnerable, rather than more resistant to the corruption that flowed from their target. They became vessels for Manus's influence, their bodies and minds reshaped into forms that could better serve his purpose of spreading the abyss throughout the physical world. The transformation of Ulasil from enlightened kingdom to realm of horror began immediately, as the corruption that flowed from the contact point spread outward like a plague that infected not just living beings, but the very concepts of order and meaning that gave structure to reality. The beautiful city that had grown from living trees became a twisted maze where architecture followed alien principles and distance became a subjective rather than objective measurement. Princess Dusk, whose magical abilities had allowed her to perceive the approaching catastrophe, found herself trapped within the very heart of the corruption, as the ritual site became ground zero for an explosion of abyssal influence that consumed everything within its expanding radius. Her attempts to contain or redirect the spreading darkness proved futile against forces that operated according to principles that negated the very foundations of her magical understanding. The few survivors who managed to escape Ulasil's immediate vicinity carried with them reports of a kingdom transformed into something that challenged the sanity of any who attempted to describe it. They spoke of forests where the trees screamed with human voices, of buildings that moved and changed when no one was watching, of creatures that had once been citizens, but now existed as living contradictions that violated every law of nature and logic. It was these desperate refugees, fleeing westward toward the more stable regions of Lordran, who brought the first word of Ulasil's fate to the authorities in Anor Londo. Their testimony, fragmented and often incoherent due to the trauma they had experienced, painted a picture of corruption that exceeded anything that had been encountered since the crisis in New Londo. Yet this new catastrophe was different in crucial ways from the previous manifestation of abyssal influence, for it involved not just the awakening of dark potential within human souls, but the direct intervention of an entity whose power challenged the fundamental order upon which the Age of Fire was based. The corruption spreading from Ulasil was not simply another outbreak that could be contained through the desperate expedient of sacrifice and sealing, but rather represented an existential threat that would require direct confrontation and defeat. Lord Gwyn, receiving these reports in the great halls of his divine citadel, understood that the time had come to deploy the ultimate weapon that had been forged for precisely such a crisis. The covenant ring that Artorias wore represented the pinnacle of protective magic achieved during the Age of Fire, specifically designed to allow its bearer to walk unharmed through the deepest manifestations of abyssal corruption. The mission that would take Knight Artorias and his faithful companion Sif into the corrupted realm that had once been Ulasil represented the first true test of the Abyss Walker's enhanced capabilities against forces that operated on the scale of cosmic significance. The outcome of their intervention would determine not just the fate of a single kingdom, but the stability of reality itself within the known world. As the Great Knight prepared for his most dangerous mission, checking and rechecking the systems that would protect him from corruption, while ensuring that his weapons were properly attuned to channel the divine light that would be his primary weapon against the darkness. He could not have known that he was about to embark upon a journey that would test not just his martial prowess, but the very foundations of his identity and purpose. The corruption that awaited him in the ruins of Ulasil was not simply another enemy to be defeated through superior skill and determination, but rather a force that would challenge his understanding of the nature of heroism itself, demanding sacrifices that would transform him as much as any victory could transform the world he sought to protect. The journey that would take Knight Artorias and his faithful companion, Sif, from the gleaming spires of Anor Londo to the corrupted realm that had once been the enlightened kingdom of Ulasil, began under circumstances that seemed to mock the very concept of heroic adventure. Where once such expeditions had been undertaken with fanfare and ceremony, with blessings from Lord Gwyn himself, and the good wishes of fellow knights who expected to welcome the heroes home with tales of glorious victory. This mission commenced in an atmosphere of grim necessity that acknowledged the possibility that those who departed might never return. The reports that had filtered back from the few survivors who had escaped Ulasail's transformation painted a picture of corruption so comprehensive and alien that even the most experienced scholars in Lord Gwyn's service struggled to comprehend the full implications of what had occurred. The kingdom that had once stood as a model of harmony between human ambition and mystical understanding had become something that defied categorization within any existing framework of knowledge about the forces that shaped reality. The corrupted realm that awaited Artorias bore no resemblance to the Ulasail that had been celebrated throughout Lordran for its architectural marvels and scholarly achievements. The living trees that had formed the graceful spires and elegant halls of the capital city had been transformed into twisted monuments to alien principles of growth and form, their branches writhing in patterns that hurt the mind to contemplate directly, and their trunks split open to reveal chambers filled with substances that pulsed with their own malevolent life. The royal wood that had once been a sanctuary of knowledge and natural beauty had become a labyrinth of horror, where the very concepts of direction and distance had been corrupted by the influence of the abyss. Travelers who entered this transformed forest found that paths which should have led to familiar destinations instead terminated in clearings that had never existed before, while routes that appeared to circle back upon themselves somehow transported those who followed them to locations that could not be reached through any logical sequence of movement. The trees themselves had become repositories of knowledge that no mortal mind was meant to contain, their ancient memories corrupted by contact with consciousness that operated according to principles fundamentally opposed to everything that sustained life and meaning in the physical realm. Those unfortunate enough to touch the bark of these transformed giants found themselves flooded with information that was simultaneously true and incomprehensible. Facts about the nature of reality that carried implications too terrible for sanity to survive intact. The creatures that now inhabited this nightmarish landscape bore only the most superficial resemblance to the scholars and citizens who had once called Ulasail home. The corruption that flowed from Menace had transformed them into beings that existed partially outside normal space and time, entities whose very presence created distortions in the fabric of reality that made conventional combat not just difficult, but potentially meaningless. These corrupted humans retained fragments of their original memories and personalities, but these remnants of their former selves had been twisted into forms that served the abyss rather than providing any connection to their previous humanity. They moved through the transformed landscape with purposes that followed alien logic, gathering in groups that performed rituals whose meaning could not be understood by minds that still operated according to the principles of the Age of Fire. Most disturbing of all were those who had been scholars and sorcerers before the corruption claimed them, for their enhanced understanding of mystical principles had made their transformation more complete and more dangerous than that experienced by ordinary citizens. These beings had become living conduits for abyssal influence, their bodies serving as focal points through which the corruption could spread into areas that might otherwise have remained protected by natural barriers or divine blessings. The sorceries that these corrupted scholars could wield bore no resemblance to the harmonious magic that had once been Ulasail's greatest achievement. Their spells drew power directly from the abyss itself, creating effects that violated the fundamental laws governing the relationship between consciousness and reality. They could manipulate time and space in ways that trapped their opponents in paradoxes that had no logical resolution, or summon darkness so complete that it negated not just light, but the very possibility of illumination. Princess Dusk, whose magical abilities had made her particularly sensitive to the spreading corruption, had suffered a fate that was perhaps more terrible than simple transformation. into another servant of the abyss. Her consciousness had been fragmented and dispersed throughout the corrupted realm, pieces of her awareness trapped within crystalline formations that served as anchor points for the reality distortions that made Ulasil such a dangerous place to navigate. These crystal fragments retained aspects of the princess's original personality and magical knowledge, but they were no longer unified into a coherent identity that could be considered truly human. Instead, they existed as isolated nodes of consciousness that could communicate with visitors to the corrupted realm, but could not take meaningful action to help themselves or others escape the nightmare that Ulasil had become. The conversations that brave souls could have with these fragments of Princess Dusk's consciousness provided valuable intelligence about the nature of the corruption and the location of key sites within the transformed landscape, but they also served as heartbreaking reminders of what had been lost when the scholar's experiments had gone so catastrophically wrong. The princess had possessed wisdom and power that might have prevented the disaster if her warnings had been heeded. Yet, now she existed only as scattered echoes of her former self. When Artorias and Sif first entered the corrupted realm, the Covenant Ring immediately began to demonstrate its worth by providing protection against influences that would have overwhelmed any ordinary visitor within moments of exposure. The divine light that the ring channeled created a barrier around both knight and wolf that prevented direct corruption while allowing them to perceive and interact with their transformed surroundings. Yet even with this protection, the psychological impact of witnessing Ulasil's fate was nearly overwhelming for both travelers. The great wolf's supernatural senses, enhanced by his magical collar, could perceive layers of corruption that remained invisible to normal observation, revealing the true extent of the reality distortions that had transformed a thriving kingdom into a realm where the basic concepts of cause and effect had been corrupted beyond recognition. The knight himself found that his enhanced perceptions, granted by the Covenant Ring's influence on his consciousness, allowed him to see through the illusions and paradoxes that the abyss used to confuse and disorient intruders. This clarity of vision was both blessing and curse, for while it enabled him to navigate the transformed landscape and identify genuine threats, it also forced him to witness the full horror of what had been done to beings who had once been fellow servants of the light. The first encounters with the corrupted inhabitants of Ulasil tested both the effectiveness of Artorias' protective equipment and his psychological preparation for dealing with enemies who retained enough of their humanity to be recognizable as former people. The techniques he had developed for purging abyssal corruption from lesser creatures proved effective against these transformed scholars. But each successful cleansing carried with it the knowledge that he was ending the existence of someone who had once possessed hopes and dreams and loved ones who mourned their fate. The battles that followed challenged every aspect of Artorias' combat training, for the corrupted sorcerers could manipulate the very environment in which the fighting took place. Solid ground might suddenly become insubstantial beneath his feet, while attacks that should have struck empty air instead encountered invisible barriers that redirected his blade toward his own body. Sif's contribution to these battles proved invaluable, for the great wolf's instinctive understanding of natural law allowed him to distinguish between genuine changes in their environment and illusions created by abyssal magic. His guidance helped Artorias maintain his bearings during encounters where up and down, near and far, before and after ceased to have consistent meaning. The deeper they penetrated into the corrupted realm, the more apparent it became that they were not simply dealing with random corruption, but with the deliberate influence of an intelligence that was actively working to transform Ulasil into something that could serve as a permanent foothold for the abyss in the physical world. The patterns of corruption followed strategic logic that suggested careful planning and long-term objectives that went far beyond simple destruction. The entity responsible for this transformation revealed itself gradually through signs and manifestations that grew more direct as Artorias and Sif approached the heart of the corrupted realm. Ancient structures that had once been centers of learning and contemplation now pulsed with dark energy that emanated from chambers deep beneath the surface, while the very air began to thicken with presences that existed only partially within normal reality. Manus, father of the abyss, had not been content to simply corrupt the scholars who had awakened him from his primordial slumber. His influence had spread throughout Ulasail like a cancer that transformed everything it touched into extensions of his own vast and terrible consciousness, creating a realm where his will could manifest directly without the need for intermediaries or servants. The closer Artorias came to confronting this ancient entity, the more strain was placed upon the covenant ring that protected him from corruption. The divine light that the ring channeled began to flicker and dim as it encountered darkness so profound that it seemed to actively consume illumination, while the protective barrier around him started to develop weak points where the overwhelming pressure of abyssal influence threatened to break through entirely. Sif's protective collar showed similar signs of stress, the magical systems that shielded the Great Wolf from corruption beginning to overload as they struggled to maintain their integrity in an environment where the very concept of protection had been twisted into something that served the purposes of the abyss rather than those who sought to resist its influence. The knight's enhanced perceptions, which had served him so well in navigating the corrupted landscape and identifying genuine threats, now became a source of additional torment as they revealed layers of horror and despair that might have been better left unseen. He could perceive the fragments of consciousness that remained trapped within the corrupted beings he encountered, could see the anguish of souls who retained enough awareness to understand what they had become, but lacked the power to resist or escape their transformation. Yet it was precisely this deeper understanding of the true cost of Manus's corruption that strengthened Artorias' resolve to press forward despite the mounting dangers and the increasing strain on his protective equipment. Each soul he encountered that had been twisted by abyssal influence represented not just an enemy to be overcome, but a victim to be avenged. A life that had been stolen by forces that recognized no value in individual existence or personal achievement. The battles with the most powerful of the corrupted sorcerers pushed both knight and wolf to the limits of their enhanced capabilities, for these beings had retained enough of their original magical knowledge to create effects that challenged even the Covenant Ring's protections. They could summon manifestations of pure darkness that existed independently of any physical form, entities composed entirely of negation and void that consumed everything they touched while growing stronger with each successful attack. The techniques that Artorias employed against these enemies drew upon every aspect of his training and equipment, combining conventional swordsmanship with the divine light channeled through his Covenant Ring to create attacks that operated on both physical and spiritual levels simultaneously. His blade became a conduit for purifying energy that could sever the connections binding corrupted souls to the influence of the abyss, while his movements followed patterns that disrupted the reality distortions his enemies used to confuse and disorient their opponents. Sif's role in these encounters evolved beyond simple combat support to encompass forms of assistance that drew upon the deep bond between knight and wolf that had been enhanced by their shared exposure to the Covenant Rings. Influence. The Great Wolf could sense weaknesses in the corrupted beings that were invisible to normal observation, guiding his master's attacks toward points where the divine light could achieve maximum effect against the darkness that animated their enemies. The discovery of Princess Dusk's scattered consciousness fragments provided both hope and additional anguish, for while these remnants of her awareness could offer guidance about navigating the corrupted realm and locating its most dangerous areas, they also served as constant reminders of the price that had been paid for the scholar's hubris and the limitations that constrained even the most heroic efforts to undo the damage that had been done. The conversations that Artorias had with these fragments of the princess's consciousness revealed the full scope of the disaster that had befallen Ulasil and the nature of the entity responsible for its transformation. Through her dispersed awareness, Princess Dusk had witnessed every stage of Manas's awakening, and the corruption that followed, had observed the gradual transformation of her beloved kingdom into a realm that served the purposes of the Abyss, rather than those of its original inhabitants. Her testimony provided crucial intelligence about Manas's capabilities and the location of the chambers where his influence was strongest, but it also made clear that the corruption had progressed far beyond any point where simple cleansing or purification might restore Ulasil to its former state. The kingdom was lost beyond any hope of recovery, its population transformed beyond any possibility of redemption, its very existence now serving as a gateway through which the Abyss could extend its influence into the wider world. The realization that Ulasil could not be saved, only contained or destroyed, forced Artorias to confront questions about the nature of his mission and the limits of what even the greatest heroes could achieve when faced with corruption that operated on cosmic scales. His training and equipment had prepared him to fight individual enemies and cleanse localized areas of corruption, but the transformation of an entire kingdom represented a challenge that exceeded the scope of conventional heroic intervention. Yet the alternative to pressing forward, allowing Manas to complete his transformation of Ulasil into a permanent base from which the Abyss could spread throughout Lordran, was unacceptable to both Knight and Wolf. Their duty to protect the innocent extended beyond the citizens of the corrupted kingdom to encompass all life that might be threatened by the expansion of abyssal influence, while their personal honor demanded that they face whatever dangers awaited them, rather than retreat and leave the problem for others to solve. The approach to the deepest chambers where Manius had established his primary manifestation required passage through areas where the corruption was so intense that even the Covenant Ring's protections began to show signs of failure. The divine light that had sustained the barrier around Artorias flickered and dimmed as it encountered darkness that seemed to actively consume illumination, while the magical systems that protected Sif began to overload from the constant strain of maintaining their integrity against overwhelming opposition. The final stages of their journey into the heart of the corrupted realm took them through chambers that had once been centers of learning and contemplation, but now served as focal points for reality distortions that made normal movement and perception nearly impossible. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with malevolent life, while the air grew thick with presences that existed only partially within the physical world. When Artorias and Sif finally reached the chamber where Manus had chosen to manifest his power most directly, they found themselves confronting an entity whose very existence challenged their understanding of what was possible within the framework of reality as they had known it. The Father of the Abyss was not simply a powerful enemy that could be defeated through superior skill and determination, but rather a force of nature that embodied principles fundamentally opposed to everything that sustained life and meaning in the physical realm. The battle that would follow would test not just their combat abilities, but the very foundations of their understanding about the nature of heroism and sacrifice, challenging them to find ways to achieve victory against an opponent whose power seemed to exceed anything that mortal weapons and divine protection could hope to overcome. The fate of not just Ulasil, but the entire known world would depend upon their ability to find strength and wisdom sufficient to face an enemy that represented the negation of everything they had sworn to protect. Yet, as they stood on the threshold of this ultimate confrontation, both Knight and Wolf understood that they had come too far and witnessed too much to consider any outcome other than victory, regardless of the personal cost that achieving such a triumph might demand. Their bond with each other and their dedication to their cause had been forged in trials that had prepared them for precisely this moment, when everything they had learned and everything they had become would be tested against forces that sought to unmake the very concepts of courage and hope that gave their existence meaning. In the deepest chamber of the corrupted realm that had once been the enlightened kingdom of Ulasil, where the very foundations of reality had been twisted beyond recognition by forces that predated the Age of Fire itself, Knight Artorias and his faithful companion, Sif, found themselves confronting an entity whose mere presence challenged every assumption they had ever held about the nature of existence and the possibility of heroic triumph against ultimate evil. Manus, Father of the Abyss, was not simply another powerful enemy that could be overcome through superior martial skill or tactical brilliance, but rather represented the fundamental negation of everything that gave meaning and structure to the world they had sworn to protect. His form, when it could be perceived at all, through the reality distortions that surrounded him, defied easy description, for it seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, while remaining anchored to the physical realm through sheer force of malevolent will. The ancient being towered above them with a presence that seemed to fill the entire chamber despite occupying only a fraction of the available space. His body, a writhing mass of darkness and corrupted flesh that pulsed with energies drawn directly from the primordial void that had existed before the first flame, brought light and order to the cosmos. Where once there might have been a face, only shadows remained. Shadows that held depths so profound that to gaze into them was to risk losing oneself in contemplation of absolute emptiness. The arms that extended from this nightmare form were grotesquely elongated and terminated in claws that seemed capable of tearing through not just physical matter, but the very concepts that held reality together. Each movement created ripples in the fabric of space and time, distortions that made it difficult for even Artorias' enhanced perceptions to track the entity's position and predict the direction from which attacks might come. The chamber itself had been transformed by Manus' presence into something that existed at the intersection of the physical world and the abyss itself, a space where the normal laws of cause and effect held only tenuous sway. The walls breathed with a rhythm that matched no natural heartbeat, while the floor beneath their feet shifted between solid stone and insubstantial void, depending upon the ebb and flow of abyssal influence that emanated from the entity at its center. When Manus first became aware of their presence, the acknowledgement manifested not as words or gestures, but as a wave of pure malice that crashed over them with force sufficient to shatter the minds of lesser beings. The covenant ring that protected Artorias flared with divine light as it struggled to maintain its barrier against corruption that operated on levels beyond mere spiritual contamination, while Sif's protective collar sparked and flickered as its magical systems overloaded from the sudden exposure to concentrated abyssal energy. The Great Wolf's reaction to Manus' presence was unlike anything Artorias had witnessed in all their years of partnership, for Sif's supernatural senses could perceive aspects of the entity that remained hidden from human observation. The wolf's hackles rose not in response to physical threat, but to the recognition of something that challenged the very foundations of natural law, a being whose existence represented the negation of everything that allowed life to flourish in the physical realm. Yet even as both knight and wolf reeled from their first direct encounter with power that dwarfed anything they had previously faced, their training and dedication prevented them from succumbing to the despair that Manus sought to instill in all who came before him. The Covenant Ring's protection held despite the tremendous strain placed upon it, while the bond between Artorias and Sif provided emotional anchoring that allowed them to maintain their sense of purpose, even in the face of corruption, designed to strip away all hope and meaning. The battle that followed transcended conventional combat to become a struggle fought simultaneously on multiple planes of existence, where victory would be determined not just by martial prowess, but by the strength of will and purity of purpose that each combatant could bring to bear against their opponent. Manus fought not merely to destroy his enemies, but to corrupt them, to transform them into extensions of his own terrible consciousness that would serve the abyss's goals of consuming and negating all existence. The entity's attacks came from directions that should not have been possible within normal three-dimensional space, his elongated arms reaching through folds in reality to strike from angles that challenged Artorias' ability to defend effectively, despite his enhanced perceptions and legendary skill. Each blow carried not just physical force, but spiritual corruption that sought to penetrate the Covenant Ring's protections and establish beachheads of darkness within the Knight's own consciousness. The great sword that Artorias wielded became more than a weapon in this struggle, transforming into a conduit for divine light that could cut through the reality distortions that Manus used to confuse and disorient his opponents. Each successful strike against the entity's form caused ripples of purifying energy that pushed back the abyssal influence and created brief moments of stability within the chaotic environment of their battleground. Sif's contribution to the battle proved essential in ways that went beyond his considerable combat abilities, for the wolf's natural resistance to illusion and deception allowed him to perceive the true nature of Manus's attacks and guide his master toward effective defensive positions. The great wolf could sense the flows of abyssal energy that preceded each assault, providing warnings that allowed Artorias to prepare for strikes that would otherwise have been impossible to anticipate or counter. Yet as the battle progressed and both knight and wolf pushed themselves beyond their normal limits in their efforts to damage an opponent who seemed to grow stronger with each exchange, it became increasingly apparent that they were fighting against forces that exceeded the parameters for which their equipment and training had been designed. The Covenant Ring, despite its incredible power and sophisticated protective systems, was not intended to sustain prolonged exposure to corruption, as concentrated and malevolent as that which emanated from Manus himself. The divine light that flowed through the ring began to flicker and dim as its spiritual batteries were drained by the constant effort required to maintain barriers against influence that sought to penetrate and corrupt from every possible angle simultaneously. Warning signs that only Artorias could perceive began to appear in his enhanced vision, indicators that the protective device was approaching the limits of what it could safely provide without risking catastrophic failure. More troubling still were the subtle changes that prolonged exposure to Manus's presence was beginning to produce in both knight and wolf, alterations that operated below the threshold of conscious awareness, but gradually accumulated into modifications of personality and perception that served the abyss's purposes rather than their own. The corruption was patient and insidious, working to turn their own strengths and virtues against them by gradually shifting their understanding of concepts like duty, honor, and protection. The realization that they were fighting a losing battle against an opponent whose power seemed to have no upper limit forced Artorias to confront the possibility that victory might require sacrifices that went beyond anything he had previously contemplated. The techniques and equipment that had served him so well in previous encounters with abyssal corruption were proving inadequate against an entity that embodied the source from which all such corruption flowed. It was in this moment of crisis, when the protective barriers that had sustained them through their journey into the heart of darkness began to show signs of imminent failure, that Artorias made a decision that would define not only the outcome of their immediate struggle, but the legacy that would be remembered long after the current battle had passed into legend. The Covenant Ring that protected him from corruption drew its power from his own life force, using the knight's spiritual energy as the foundation upon which its protective barriers were constructed. The device had been designed with safety margins that should have prevented it from consuming more vitality than its wearer could safely provide, but these limitations could be overridden by conscious choice if the bearer was willing to accept the consequences of such action. Artorias understood that removing the ring's safety restrictions would provide a temporary surge of protective power that might be sufficient to shield Sif from the worst effects of Manas's corruption. But the enhanced drain on his own essence would accelerate his transformation in ways that would make recovery impossible, even if they somehow managed to achieve victory against their monstrous opponent. The choice he faced was between preserving his own humanity while allowing his beloved companion to face corruption that would inevitably claim them both, or sacrificing himself to provide Sif with protection that might allow the great wolf to escape the immediate danger, even if it could not prevent the eventual spread of abyssal influence throughout the world. For a knight whose entire existence had been dedicated to protecting the innocent, regardless of personal cost, the decision was not difficult to make, despite the magnitude of what it would require him to surrender. Sif had been more than a companion or battle partner. He had been the other half of Artorias' soul, the completion of his identity that had allowed him to achieve greatness that neither could have reached alone. The process of overriding the Covenant Ring's protective limitations required not just conscious choice, but active cooperation with forces that sought to corrupt and consume everything they touched. Artorias had to open his consciousness to influences that he had spent his entire career learning to resist, allowing abyssal energy to flow through him in order to redirect it away from Sif and toward himself. The transformation that followed was neither immediate nor merciful, for the corruption that claimed Artorias operated according to principles that maximized suffering, while ensuring that the victim retained enough awareness to understand what was being lost. His consciousness remained intact, even as his body began to change. His personality preserved even as his motivations were gradually twisted to serve purposes that contradicted everything he had once valued. Sif's anguish at witnessing his master's sacrifice transcended anything that could be expressed through normal emotional responses, for the Great Wolf understood not just that Artorias was dying, but that he was being transformed into something that would eventually become the antithesis of everything he had once represented. The knight who had dedicated his life to protecting the innocent was being turned into a weapon that would be used against those same innocents. Yet even as the corruption spread through his system and began to alter the fundamental structures of his consciousness, Artorias retained enough of his original personality to ensure that his sacrifice would serve its intended purpose. The enhanced protective barrier that surrounded Sif drew not just power but direction from the knight's fading will, creating a shield that would remain effective even after its creator had been completely consumed by the forces he had sought to resist. The final battle between Manas and the corrupted knight who had once been Artorias was a tragedy played out on cosmic scales, a confrontation between an entity that embodied absolute corruption and a hero whose nobility of spirit survived even the transformation that made him its unwilling servant. The Abyss had gained a powerful champion, but that champion retained enough of his original nature to ensure that his service would be flawed and incomplete. Sif's escape from the chamber where Manas held court was made possible only by the continuing protection that flowed from his master's sacrifice, a barrier that allowed the Great Wolf to withdraw from immediate danger while carrying with him the knowledge of what had occurred in the depths of the corrupted realm. The wolf bore not just physical wounds but psychological trauma that would never fully heal. Memories of watching his beloved master consumed by forces that turned virtue into vice and love into hatred. The corrupted knight who remained behind in the ruins of Ulasail was no longer truly Artorias, though enough of his original consciousness survived to create a being of tragic complexity rather than simple malevolence. He retained his legendary skill with blade and his tactical brilliance, but these abilities now served the abyss rather than the cause of light that had once given his existence meaning and purpose. The transformation had left him stronger in some ways than he had been before, for the corruption that flowed through his system provided access to powers that complemented, rather than replaced, his original capabilities. He could manipulate darkness with the same finesse he had once applied to channeling divine light, could move through the corrupted landscape with supernatural speed and grace, could perceive and exploit weaknesses in opponents who relied on conventional tactics and equipment. Yet the price of these enhanced abilities was the gradual erosion of everything that had made Artorias who he was, the slow consumption of personality traits and emotional connections that would eventually leave behind only a shell animated by malevolent purpose. The process was not immediate, for the corruption worked slowly and deliberately to ensure that its victim remained functional while being transformed into an instrument of the Abyss's will. The corrupted realm that had once been Ulasil became Artorias' prison and kingdom simultaneously, a domain where he ruled as Manus' lieutenant, while serving as guardian of the gateway between the physical world and the depths of the abyss itself. His presence in the ruins served multiple purposes for the entity that had claimed him, providing both protection against potential threats and a symbol of the ultimate futility of resistance against forces that could corrupt even the greatest heroes. The legend of Knight Artorias, the Abyss Walker, would continue to inspire hope throughout Lordran, even as the reality of his fate remained hidden from all but a few who possessed the knowledge and courage to venture into the corrupted realm where he now dwelt. Stories would be told of his heroic sacrifice and glorious victory over the forces of darkness, tales that served the cause of light, even though they bore little resemblance to the truth of what had actually occurred. Sif's burden was perhaps heavier than that borne by his transformed master, for the great wolf alone knew the true cost of their mission and the magnitude of the sacrifice that had been made to achieve even partial success against Manus' corruption. He carried not just physical scars, but psychological wounds that would never heal, memories that would haunt him through all the years to come. The wolf's withdrawal from the corrupted realm marked not victory but strategic retreat, a recognition that the battle against the abyss could not be won through direct confrontation, but would require approaches that acknowledged the true nature of the forces involved. The corruption that had claimed Artorias could not be reversed or undone, but it might eventually be contained or redirected in ways that would limit its impact on the wider world. The Covenant Ring that had once protected the Knight from corruption now served as an anchor that prevented his complete transformation into a mindless servant of the Abyss, preserving enough of his original consciousness to ensure that he remained capable of independent thought and action, even while serving purposes that contradicted his fundamental nature. This partial preservation was both mercy and curse, allowing him to retain awareness of what he had lost while being powerless to reclaim it. In the depths of the corrupted realm, where time flowed according to principles that bore no resemblance to normal causality, the entity that had once been Knight Artorias waited with patience that was no longer entirely human. He had become something that existed between heroism and villainy, between salvation and damnation, a being whose very existence served as testimony to both the power of noble sacrifice and the ultimate futility of resistance against forces that operated on cosmic scales. The great wolf who had been his companion and other half now bore the responsibility of carrying forward the memory of what they had once been together, preserving the legend of their partnership while living with the knowledge of how that partnership had ended. Sif's vigil would continue through all the years that followed, a testament to loyalty that transcended death and transformation, love that endured beyond corruption and despair. The Age of Fire continued its slow decline toward darkness, but the sacrifice made in the ruins of Ulasil had bought precious time for those who still served the cause of light. The corruption had been contained rather than eliminated, delayed rather than defeated. But even such limited success represented victory of a sort when measured against the alternative of allowing Manas's influence to spread unchecked throughout the known world. In the end, the true measure of Artorias' heroism lay not in the glory of triumph, but in the willingness to make sacrifices that served causes greater than personal survival or individual achievement. He had faced forces that challenged the very foundations of existence itself, and had found within himself the strength to choose love over self-preservation, duty over comfort, hope over despair. The legend that would grow around his name would speak of victory achieved through strength and skill, but those who understood the true nature of heroism would recognize that his greatest triumph lay in the moment when he chose to sacrifice everything he was for the sake of one he loved, transforming corruption itself into an instrument of protection that would shield the innocent from horrors they were never meant to face. In the turning of ages, when the darkness that had consumed the once proud kingdom of Ulasil had been contained but not conquered, when the sacrifice of the greatest knight in all of Lordran had bought precious time for the forces of light, but had not achieved ultimate victory over the ancient evil that threatened all existence, there came at last one who carried within himself the potential to complete what heroes of legend had begun, but could not finish. The chosen undead emerged from the undead asylum not as a figure of obvious destiny or divine appointment, but as a hollow shell of mortality that retained just enough spark of consciousness to seek purpose in a world that had grown weary of hope and suspicious of promises that greater powers would intervene to set right what had gone catastrophically wrong. This unlikely champion possessed neither the noble bearing of Knight Artorias, nor the obvious greatness that had marked him from birth as one destined for legendary deeds. Yet within this unremarkable figure burned something that the corruption of the abyss could not easily extinguish, a determination that transcended rational thought, a persistence that continued long after wisdom might have counseled retreat, a willingness to face impossible odds, not from heroic ambition, but from simple recognition that someone must stand against the darkness regardless of their qualifications or chances of success. The journey that would eventually bring the chosen undead to the ruins of New Londo was neither direct nor undertaken with clear understanding of its ultimate destination. The path wound through trials and discoveries that gradually revealed the true scope of the crisis facing the world, each challenge overcome and each mystery unraveled, adding pieces to a puzzle that depicted forces at work on scales that dwarfed individual heroism or personal achievement. In the flooded depths where the four kings held court within their prison of water and divine seal, the chosen undead faced corrupted royalty, whose transformation into servants of the abyss served as stark reminder of how completely even the most exalted souls could be consumed by forces that recognized no distinction between noble and forces, common, wise and ignorant, devoted and selfish. The battle that followed tested not just martial skill, but spiritual fortitude, requiring the challenger to resist corruption while standing within the very heart of abyssal influence. The victory achieved in those drowned halls represented more than the defeat of powerful enemies. It demonstrated that the expansion of darkness could be halted, that servants of the abyss could be overcome by those who possessed sufficient determination and adequate preparation. Yet even this triumph carried with it the sobering knowledge that greater challenges lay ahead. that the four kings had been merely instruments of forces whose ultimate source remained unconquered and unconquerable through conventional means. The great wolf, Sif, guardian of his master's grave, and keeper of memories too painful for ordinary souls to bear, recognized in the chosen undead something that transcended the hollow shell in which it was housed. The ancient covenant ring that had once protected Knight Artorias from corruption now rested with the knight's remains, waiting for one who might prove worthy to take up the burden that its original bearer had been forced to set aside. The battle between Sif and the chosen undead was perhaps the most tragic confrontation in all the annals of Lordran, for both combatants understood that they fought not as enemies but as guardians of the same cause, servants of light who had been placed in opposition by circumstances beyond their control or ability to alter. The great wolf's duty demanded that he protect his master's resting place from all who would disturb it, while the chosen undead's mission required access to the very items that Sif had sworn to guard. The combat that followed was conducted with honor on both sides, each participant recognizing the nobility of their opponent, even as they were compelled to seek victory through superior skill and determination. Sif fought with all the legendary prowess that had made his partnership with Artorias the stuff of song and story, his great sword weaving patterns of death through the air while his movements displayed the grace and power that had once helped bring down dragons and demons alike. Yet the chosen undead possessed advantages that the great wolf could not match. For the curse of undeath that had claimed the challenger provided resilience that natural flesh could not equal, while the experiences gained through countless battles had honed skills that might otherwise have required lifetimes to develop. The outcome was never truly in doubt, though both combatants fought with dedication that honored the memory of greater heroes who had faced similar trials in ages past. When Sif finally fell, his last breath carried with it the essence of loyalty and love that had sustained him through decades of lonely vigil. His final moments blessed by the understanding that his sacrifice would serve the cause that both he and his beloved master had dedicated their lives to protecting. The great sword that he had wielded with such skill and dedication passed into the hands of one who would carry it into battles that would determine the fate of all existence. The chosen undead's acquisition of the Covenant Ring that had once protected Knight Artorias marked a turning point in the struggle against the forces of the Abyss, for the ancient artifact retained its power to shield its bearer from corruption, while providing access to realms where unprotected mortals could not hope to survive. Yet the ring came with knowledge of its previous bearer's fate, awareness that even the greatest heroes could be consumed by the very forces they sought to defeat. The journey into the past that the Covenant Ring made possible transported the chosen undead to Ulasil as it had existed before its transformation into a realm of horror, revealing the kingdom in its days of glory, and providing opportunity to witness firsthand the events that had led to one of the greatest tragedies in the history of the Age of Fire. Here was chance not just to understand what had occurred, but potentially to alter the course of events that had claimed so many innocent lives. The royal wood, as it had been before corruption, claimed it was a marvel of natural beauty, enhanced by human wisdom, its ancient trees serving as living repositories of knowledge, while their branches sheltered communities that had achieved harmony between technological advancement and respect for the natural world. The scholars who dwelt within this paradise possessed understanding that transcended the limitations that constrained conventional learning, their magic drawing upon sources that predated the conflicts between light and darkness that had shaped the current age. Princess Dusk, encountered in her time of glory, rather than as scattered fragments of consciousness trapped within crystalline formations, embodied the highest achievements of her kingdom's approach to balancing power with responsibility, knowledge with wisdom, ambition with compassion. Her magic operated through principles of harmony that seemed to bend reality without breaking it, creating effects that enhanced rather than dominated the world around her. Yet even in this time of peace and prosperity, the seeds of disaster were already being planted by scholars whose curiosity exceeded their wisdom, whose desire for knowledge led them to investigate forces that should have remained undisturbed. The chosen undead could observe the gradual progression from legitimate research to dangerous experimentation, watching as intellectual pride and the seductive promise of ultimate understanding gradually overcame the caution that had previously guided Ulasail's magical traditions. The awakening of Manus from his primordial slumber proceeded exactly as historical records had described. The ancient entity's emergence from eons of imprisonment, triggering transformations that consumed everything within reach of his influence. The chosen undead witnessed the corruption of the royal court, the transformation of noble scholars into servants of darkness, the gradual spread of abyssal influence throughout a kingdom that had once stood as a beacon of enlightened achievement. The confrontation with Manus himself tested every aspect of the chosen undead's accumulated experience and equipment, for the Father of the Abyss represented corruption in its most pure and concentrated form, an entity whose very existence challenged the foundations upon which reality was constructed. The battle that followed transcended conventional combat to become a struggle between opposing principles of existence: order against chaos, meaning against void, hope against despair. The covenant ring that protected the chosen undead from corruption proved its worth during this ultimate trial, providing barriers against influence that had overcome even Knight Artorias, despite his legendary virtue and dedication. Yet the ring's protection came at a cost that grew more apparent with each moment of exposure to Manus's overwhelming presence, the divine light that sustained its barriers slowly being consumed by darkness so profound that it seemed capable of extinguishing the very concept of illumination. The techniques that the chosen undead employed against Manus drew upon every lesson learned through countless battles against enemies, both mundane and supernatural, combining conventional weapons with magical enhancements, while exploiting weaknesses that existed not in the entity's physical form, but in the connections that bound his consciousness to the physical realm. Victory was achieved not through superior force, but through understanding that even the most powerful beings possessed limitations that could be exploited by those with sufficient knowledge and determination. The defeat of Manus marked the end of the immediate threat that had consumed Ulasail, but it also revealed the full scope of the tragedy that had befallen the kingdom and its people. The corruption that had spread throughout the realm could not be simply reversed through the destruction of its source, for it had taken root in ways that made restoration impossible through any means available to mortal understanding. Princess Dusk, rescued from the fragmentation that had scattered her consciousness throughout the corrupted realm, retained enough of her original awareness to express gratitude for the intervention that had ended her torment. Yet she also carried within herself the memories of what she had witnessed during her imprisonment. The knowledge of her kingdom's fate and the transformation of her people into servants of darkness was a burden that would shadow all her remaining days. The return journey from the past brought the chosen undead back to the present with enhanced understanding of the forces that had shaped the current crisis, but also with awareness that individual victories against the servants of darkness could not address the fundamental problems that made such corruptions possible. The abyss itself remained unconquered, its influence continuing to seep into the world through cracks in reality that could be sealed but not permanently healed. Yet the mission to Ulasail had achieved more than the rescue of a single soul or the destruction of a specific threat, for it had demonstrated that even the most powerful manifestations of corruption could be overcome by those who possessed adequate preparation and unwavering determination. The Covenant Ring had proven its worth as protection against abyssal influence, while the techniques developed during the battle with Manus provided knowledge that could be applied to future encounters with similar forces. More importantly still, the chosen undead had gained insight into the true nature of the enemy that threatened all existence. Understanding that the abyss was not simply another form of opposition that could be defeated through conventional means, but rather represented fundamental forces that required entirely different approaches to contain or redirect. The struggle against darkness would continue long after individual battles had been won or lost, demanding vigilance and sacrifice from every generation that hoped to preserve light in a universe that tended toward entropy and void. The legend of Knight Artorias, which had inspired hope throughout Lordran even as its subject remained imprisoned within the corrupted realm that had once been his greatest challenge, was finally brought to its proper conclusion through the intervention of one who understood both the magnitude of his sacrifice and the necessity of ensuring that it served its intended purpose. The corrupted knight who had guarded the approach to Manus could finally find the peace that had been denied him through decades of unwilling servitude to forces that contradicted everything he had once represented. The battle between the chosen undead and the corrupted Artorias was conducted with respect and solemnity appropriate to the encounter between one hero and another, recognition that both had served the same cause, despite being placed in opposition by circumstances beyond their control. The knight's legendary skill remained intact despite his transformation, his blade work displaying the same grace and precision that had made him legendary throughout the known world. Yet corruption had taken its toll on more than just Artorias' allegiances, for prolonged exposure to abyssal influence had introduced instabilities into his fighting style that could be exploited by opponents with sufficient knowledge and experience. The chosen undead recognized these weaknesses not as opportunities for advantage, but as symptoms of the tragedy that had befallen one of the greatest champions the world had ever known. Victory, when it finally came, brought not triumph but profound sadness, for the chosen undead understood that each successful strike was helping to free a noble soul from torment that had lasted far longer than any being should have been forced to endure. The final blow that ended Artorias' suffering was delivered not with violence but with compassion, recognition that death could sometimes be the greatest gift that one warrior could offer another. The soul that escaped from the corrupted knight's form at the moment of his final defeat retained enough coherence to convey gratitude to the one who had ended his long imprisonment, acknowledgement that his sacrifice had not been forgotten, and that his legacy would continue to inspire others long after his physical form had returned to the dust from which all heroes eventually emerged. The great sword that fell from his lifeless fingers carried with it the weight of legend and the promise of continued service in causes worthy of the ideals its original bearer had embodied. The conclusion of the mission to Ulasil marked both an ending and a beginning, the resolution of a specific crisis that had threatened to consume the known world, but also the initiation of understanding about larger patterns that governed the eternal struggle between light and darkness, order and chaos, meaning and void. The chosen undead emerged from the experience with enhanced capabilities, but also with deeper appreciation of the costs that heroism demanded from those who chose to stand against forces that sought to unmake all that was good and beautiful in existence. The Covenant ring that had protected against corruption remained as testament to the ingenuity and dedication of those who had served the cause of light in previous ages. Its continued function proof that the sacrifices made by earlier heroes had not been in vain. Yet the ring also served as reminder of the limitations that constrained even the most advanced protective magic. Awareness that future challenges might exceed the parameters for which current defenses had been designed. The knowledge gained through confrontation with Manus and his servants provided insights that would prove valuable in future encounters with abyssal forces, yet it also revealed the true scope of the enemy's capabilities, and the patience with which ancient evil could wait for opportunities to expand its influence throughout the known world. The victory achieved in Ulasil was real and meaningful, but it was also temporary and incomplete, a successful battle in a war that would continue as long as consciousness existed to give meaning to the concepts of good and evil. The chosen undead's emergence from the abyss of time with enhanced understanding and proven capability marked the beginning of the final phase in the struggle that would determine whether the Age of Fire could be preserved or whether the world would succumb to darkness that recognized no value in individual achievement or collective aspiration. The tools necessary for ultimate victory had been gathered. The knowledge required for effective action had been gained, and the determination needed for final confrontation had been tested and proven adequate to the challenges that lay ahead. Yet the greatest battles still awaited, confrontations that would test not just the skills and equipment that had been accumulated through previous trials, but the very foundations of hope and faith that gave meaning to the struggle itself. The legend of Knight Artorias had been brought to its proper conclusion, his sacrifice finally allowed to serve its intended purpose, but the cause for which he had given everything still required champions who could carry forward the light he had died to preserve. And so ends the complete tale of Knight Artorias, the Abysswalker, greatest of champions, whose sacrifice in darkness saved the world of light. His story reminds us that true heroism sometimes lies not in victory, but in the willingness to face impossible odds for the sake of others, even when the cost is everything we hold dear. In the quiet groves where Sif once kept vigil, in the legends whispered by knights who came after, in the very safety of Lordran itself, Artorias' legacy endures. Let his memory carry you into peaceful rest, knowing that even in the darkest places, noble souls have walked before us, lighting the way with their sacrifice. The Age of Fire may fade, but the light of true courage burns eternal in the hearts of those who remember. Rest now, traveler, and dream of heroes who chose duty over safety, love over glory, and hope over despair.